Good morning, everybody. We're just giving everyone a few minutes here just to join the session. Hi, Suzanne. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Hi, everyone.
We always forget that 9 o'clock in Dublin is 10 o'clock in Europe. You're probably used to it, Suzanne, in the National Agency.
A little bit, yeah. We can get caught out sometimes when Brussels calls meetings. We're like, what time is that on again? Yeah, it can
Yeah, I
be a
spent
little
half my
confusing.
life
Yeah.
somewhere in between. And then when our hour goes forward, then we also we can be 2 hours for, depending in some countries for,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
that's right. That's very confusing.
Right. What do you think, Charlotta? We might give, or, we might give everybody another minute or two, and then we can get going. We've a pretty packed agenda, as you might all be aware. So, we're on a tight schedule. Do you need to share the screen, Suzanne, or are you happy
Oh,
just to
no, I was
chat?
just going to chat if that's okay. Yeah,
Perfect. Even
just
better. Even better.
welcome, really. So it'd be very
Yeah.
quick. Yeah.
Okay.
Nagleczna razem, okej?
Super cool.
No, bo filtru.
Genau.
No.
Okay. Well, what do you reckon? We may as well. Will we get going? Give us a thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. So just while we're getting going, we're very lucky to have Suzanne here from the Irish National Agency. She's familiar with all of the joys of Erasmus Plus and everything to do with youth and how it's funded. So she's going to welcome us and kick off our 2-day ready conference. What we'll do then afterwards, just briefly, is we'll have a quick round without not so much introduction, just name and country, and then we'll explain to you how we normally do our check-ins, and we'll ask you to do it in the chat room. So we'll explain all afterwards. So maybe we'll just let Suzanne have a word, and thanks a million, Suzanne, for coming along.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Paul. Thanks for having me here, everyone. I'm Suzanne Byrne. I'm one of the support and development officers at the National Agency in Ireland, Lurgus. And we're responsible, obviously, for the management of the Erasmus Plus programme. And under my brief, I look after the KA2 projects. So the cooperating partnerships are funded in youth, are funded through us. And I suppose this Ready project is just a lovely example of how a youth organisation has taken on the cooperation partnership funding and used it to do something really creative and innovative with partners across Europe. So it's a really exciting project from our point of view. And it's great to see Belvedere Youth Club engage in the KA2 funding. We love this type of funding because I think it offers organizations like Belvedere Youth Club and others across Europe just that chance for that partnership and collaboration. And it really brings that lovely European added value to the work that you're doing with young people and with youth workers. And you can really see that the flexibility of the funding really allows for projects to be, I suppose, innovative and creative, but also to really do what they need to do to enhance youth work tools and youth work practices for youth workers and practitioners working with young people. So it's great to see, and I just wish you the very best for the next 2 days. I think the conference looks really full and packed with a number of activities and interactions throughout the 2 days. So it's really, really good to see, and I'm going to stick around for today. And I hope, yeah, I just hope it goes really well. So that's really it, Paul.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much, Suzanne. That is perfect. That is perfect. Great. Well, what we might do now is I might just share the screen, if that's okay. We've just had our lovely welcome note. And sorry, so we got some Irish in there, some Gaeilge in, Suzanne, just on our, we were going through all the various different logos, and we found a nice, the Lurgus one, as Gaeilge. So for any of the non-Irish people here today, we have a little bit of Irish for you. Okay, so typically for any of our meetings, both as a team within Ready, but also we kind of kick-started it over many years in Belvedere Youth Club. For every board meeting, for every team meeting of our youth workers, for every management meeting, for meetings when we're working with our young people, we always have a check-in. And the check-in is it can be basic or it can be expansive depending on who you're working with. But there's 2 elements that are always included. The first one is your energy levels on a scale of 1 to 10. So that's generally the idea, is just to understand what's the feeling in the room. How much energy do we have amongst us for the tasks at hand? So if we're having a board meeting, if we've got a packed agenda, we kind of need the energy up. So we need to keep an eye on it. If we're working with younger children, if they're coming in from school and they're a bit tired, we don't want to pitch things too high for them. Likewise, all the way through for a team meeting with our youth workers, if we're trying to take on a difficult challenge, we want to make sure the energy is appropriate in the room. So that's the first bit. The second bit, we include a question, and the question can be anything from working with young people. It could be your favorite pizza topping. Working with different groups, it could be your favorite city and why. So generally speaking, the idea of that second piece is it's kind of like a getting to know you phase. So the idea is when you're working with young people, the more everyone knows each other, the less chance there is for conflict. Now, there may well always be conflict, but you're gradually, the more we get to know each other, especially, I mean, we find it on our board meetings when there's new members, over time, you're gradually getting to know each other a little bit more. So the second piece is that question. So we would typically, whoever introduces it would model it for everyone else. So this morning, because we have a large group, what we're not going to necessarily go through all of the check-ins in person. What we might do is we'll ask you to go into the chat room and just to answer these 2 questions. So first of all, your energy level. And secondly, given the time of year, we're getting close to December, we're not really supposed to mention the Christmas word yet, but Charlotta and Nick had snow in their front garden this morning, so it's timely enough. So the question we're asking you to answer in the chat room is, what are you hoping for Santa Claus to bring you this year? Now, you can go as big as you want and you can look for world peace, or you can be looking for that one bicycle lock that you've always wanted. So please use the chat room now, and we'll give you a couple of minutes. And as we're doing it, what we'll do is we'll just go around the people who are here, and we'll just ask you to say your name and your country, if that's okay. So we're not going to, we don't really have time to do this in person, which is a bit of a pity, but it's just to model this so that this is just a tool and get an insight into seeing how we work within our project. So I'll start off. My name is Paul Butler and I'm from Ireland. So I'll now pass on to Suzanne. And then Suzanne, you might pass on to the next person on your screen then when you said your name and your country.
I'm Suzanne Byrne from Ireland, and I'll pass on to Kat.
Kat was just writing in the chat. Kat is, yeah, I'm Kat. I am from England and France, currently in France. And am I passing it on?
Please do, Kat.
Kaya, is that right? No.
Hi.
Kaya,
Hi.
well done.
Do you
I
hear
can-
me?
Yes, indeed,
Okay.
Kaya.
Yes, you pronounced it correctly. I'm Kaya and I'm from Slovenia. So I pass it on to Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana from Via Civic, Bulgaria.
And if you don't mind passing on, Diana, to the next person.
I don't know who talked already, but I will try. Line, probably. I'm not sure
Yeah.
about the name.
That's perfect, Diana. That's part of the job. We'll get to hear the names.
Yes, I'm Linnea and I'm from Sweden. And I pass on to Sophie.
Bonjour, I'm Sophie from France, but living in London. And I'm a bit confused with who to say next, so I'll say to Paul. That's easy.
Very good. Okay, you've heard, well, unless there's another Paul maybe, but otherwise I'll pass on to Nick.
I am Nick and I'm in the UK. And I will pass on to Jenny.
Yes, and I might even be the last one here. If not, someone needs to do something. I'm Jenny. I'm from Sweden. So whoever's left, please go ahead.
I'm left. I'm Charlotta. I'm from Sweden and England. Yeah. I'll pass on to, I think we haven't heard from Ina yet.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Ina. I'm from Sweden. So nice to see you all. I don't know if it's anyone left, but
I think maybe
Hannah.
Ruby, if I'm not in,
And Hannah.
and Hannah.
you go then, Ruby.
Paul, you're far too observant. I was just hiding in the background. Yes, I'm Ruby from the UK, and I will pass to Hannah.
Anna, and I am from Sweden.
Lovely to meet you all. Lovely to meet you all. And there will be people coming and going. I think the nature of online conferences such as ours is that it's an opportunity to kind of check in and check out. If people are working or in college or have other things to do, people can kind of check in and be present for a while and then check out and come back later. But just to let you know that you've all seen our agenda, but just to let you know that we'll be running through a series of inputs from various experts in the fields of education and youth and yoga and mindfulness. We've got very lucky to have a real real suite of experts over the next 2 days. So I'd encourage you to stay as long as you can. We also have regular inputs from the Ready team. We'll have breaks at times where we'll do a little bit of mindfulness or stretching. We'll again model the types of things that we've been doing over the past 2 years with our young people and our youth workers and our team. Again, just that idea of being able to think about how do I, if I'm dealing with a kind of a challenging or traumatic or tricky kind of day and I need a little bit of space, what are the types of tools or techniques that help a youth worker to ground a young person or for the youth workers themselves? So we'll be kind of modeling that over the couple of days. We're lucky tomorrow morning to kind of kick us off. We have a kind of famous Irish footballer, Michael Darmacauley, who's also a yoga teacher. So we'll have him tomorrow morning to kick us off. if you're not Irish, he mightn't be as famous to you, but we're looking forward to seeing him tomorrow morning. Okay, so we might kick on with our agenda, and our first item is Nick is going to give us a little just a short overview as to how we got from where we started to today. And maybe, Nick, before we get going, I might just share that a short video that was made from our summer school that we organized a summer school with a group of youth workers and young people from all around Europe earlier last June in Slovenia, and it was as impactful as these types of events goes. And we made a short video while there. So what I'm going to do is just share that video, and then Nick will just tell us a little bit about how we ended up in that position. So let me just get the video lined up. Oh no, hang on. Sorry, folks. Yep. Now, there we go. Sorry about that.
A place of connection, a place of experience.
Most things in our lives that makes us alerted and aware of how we push life forward. To be fully yourself within work.
I think writing is perfect. That changed my life. We have like a laboratory of experience, which we can then bring into our daily life, into our work, and into our community.
I think projects like Ready are very much needed in schools and in NGOs.
To like change the perspective of different things, especially when it comes to well-being, mental health, and how to like work with people, how to communicate with people, and how to understand other people's points of view. Really will teach you how to be less stressful and how to deal with your pressure.
I feel I've got more tools to teach teenagers being emotionally ready to approach life.
They are very simple and very tools.
There are so many activities like the chair yoga and the breathing technique and the one that we want with trauma, with breathing technique and how to like cope with this trauma.
I think I will definitely use the chair yoga. I also like the role play.
I really like yoga prayers.
Yeah, the most beautiful experience.
Yeah.
So,
the level of the ELD, I found it so useful.
So I definitely see myself using the team yoga, and the trauma-informed approach was really helpful. And conflict resolution, I'll be using this technique, that's the breathing technique. I think it's so useful. And I think in my facilitation, I can use before the sessions and after sessions. Oh, and I'm check-in is really helpful as well. I think that's a really great way to start a session with you.
And to correlate this with the question of the day.
To me, the most important thing was the body scan.
Tuviese que elegir la más divertida, pues la yoga. Y si tuviese que elegir una más reflexiva, quizás pues esas sesiones de terapia que tuvimos en específico.
So I do think it can be a tool that can be extended to all communities or even countries eventually.
We can make a change even with small steps. So starting with the tools for the breath movement.
Il vedere così tanti partner impegnati I think that the most exciting thing about the Ready program is the hope.
I want to say that really understand. Alema.
Adesso lo sbaglio. Si vede?
Okay, I'll hand over to Nick there. Sorry, that was just some of our participants that you'll see some of them later on today at our youth panel later on. So I'll hand over to Nick if that's okay, Nick, and you might tell us how we got here.
Yeah, so that video was recorded in May of this year in Veduna in Slovenia, where we held the Ready Summer School, and those people on the video were participants in that summer school. How did we get to there? Before the project began, in Belvedere Youth Club, they had been working with restorative practice. And in the other countries in the project, which are Sweden and Slovenia, both countries have been working with yoga for young people. And in fact, Charlotta, who has been working in the UK for a very long time with yoga for young people, worked with the Swedish partners, Young Souls, and there had been a kind of a little pilot done in the UK working with these kind of techniques. The idea was that when young people come into a session, whether it's a school session, in fact, or a session involving any kind of youth work, they come in all sorts of different states. Some of them are agitated, some of them are feeling very tired or run down or sad, depending on the things that have been happening to them outside in their lives. In order to make the most of a session, they need to be brought into land, you could say. They need to be focused, they need to be concentrated, they need to be centered on what we're doing right here, right now in the session. It's sometimes said that one of the biggest problems in working with young people these days is a problem of cognitive presence, that people may be physically present, but they're not actually with you. Their minds are miles away. So the idea of this project was to develop an approach that would help youth workers to get the young people ready for whatever was to be done in a session. So we applied to the European Commission for funding to do this. Got the funding. The first part of the project involved a lot of conversations with young people and youth workers. We did an extensive survey in the 3 countries of youth workers and what their views were on the difficulties of working with young people, what kind of problems the young people bring to sessions, etc. And on the basis of that, we started to develop a program, the Ready program, which we then developed into a training initiative, which was carried out in Ireland, in Slovenia, and in Sweden. And it was very successful, very well received. We had a lot of good feedback, and we developed it further. And eventually we, through that process of development, iteration, making tweaks to the program, bringing some things in, taking other things out, we reached a point where we were able to bring it to this summer school in Veduna, which was an event that happened over 3 days in May, and introduced youth workers from all over Europe, as you can see from the people who were on that video. We had people from Bulgaria, from the Netherlands, from Spain, from Italy, I could go on, but the list is quite extensive. And that was a very successful event. People went away very, very happy. The WhatsApp group that was set up during that summer school is still active, and we felt that it was an extremely effective way of testing the generalizability, if you like, of the program that we've developed, because obviously you develop it in 3 countries, you never know if it's really just useful in those places or whether it can be extended further. It clearly showed that all of the people involved in that event were very content with the activities, as you can see from the video. Since then, we've also taken it to a conference that happened soon after in Slovenia, where there was a lot of interest as well. And over the last few months, we've been bringing it all together, and we've created a tool which we call the Ready Toolkit, which is for youth workers to use in their sessions with a whole range of different activities to use with young people for this purpose of readying them for whatever work we're going to do today. And that tool is available. We'll be distributing it during this conference, and obviously going forward in the last few weeks before the end of the project. It will also be available on the website and ready for everyone to use. I don't know if there are any questions.
We might just, for the purposes of the various different sessions today, if there are questions or comments or any ideas, please do use the chat room, as you have also nicely done with your check-in and your Christmas presents. So we'll be using that, and then by the end of the day today, we will have a short kind of reflection and wrap up, and we'll go back over everything that's in the chat today and just reflect on anything that's emerging from that. That was brilliant, Nick. Thanks a million for that. If one other element you might just give us just because in terms of we have different levels of expertise and different experiences across the partnership, which I think was really one of the strengths. So, but one thing that we did have in common was we were all working in different ways with young people that we might call harder to reach young people. So in Belvedere, the Youth Club, it's based in the North Inner City of Dublin. So the community is a disadvantaged community, and a lot of the young people might often be dealing with intergenerational poverty, a lot of kind of negative experiences in their lives. So one of our youth workers described it that it's like when they come into our youth centre, they have a school bag full of trauma. So that idea of the trauma that these young people are carrying is something that our youth centres and our various different settings that we were working with across the partnership were very often kind of looking at how do we take the young person and allow them to come into the space, feel safe, feel engaged, and feel able to do their work. So if you like, the various tools that Nick was describing that we were testing and exploring in the different settings are very much to allow those young people to step away from that trauma for that period while they're with us, so that they can start to examine maybe what's in that school bag and start to kind of maybe think about words, language, emotions as to how they can somehow refer and unpack what's going on in their lives and schools and families in the community. So that idea of how do you step into that safe space? What are the tools that are helpful? One of the other elements that we'll again explore probably tomorrow morning with our youth workers is the idea of the youth workers themselves and the trauma that they often are carrying because they're dealing with this day in, day out. The teachers who are working on these kind of quite challenging issues with their young people. How do we support those teachers, those educators, the trainers, the youth workers? And this again becomes very much the focus of the project, and we heard from our young people and youth workers in the video piece, and Nick has described it over the course of today, and later we'll hear more from our young people who experienced the project, from our youth workers, and from the rest of the team who were involved in developing what we'll launch later this week, or the toolkit that will be kind of used beyond the project. So when our project finishes in the next month or two, this toolkit will continue to be promoted in a whole range of different networks and organizations that we're all participating in. But again, sorry, Nick, just jumping on what you're saying there, just that one of the skill sets that, if you like, the Belvedere Youth Club brought was that experience of working on restorative practice. Our teams in Slovenia and in Sweden had very skilled yoga teachers and teen yoga workers who were quite used to working in those settings, again dealing with harder to reach young people, again young people that had those similar senses of the school bags of trauma. And we explored how does that idea of teen yoga help to build up that toolkit, that ability to kind of make the young people more ready and make the youth workers more ready. So that's brilliant. So again, any questions at all, please throw them in and we'll keep an eye there. If there's anything specific, we can obviously come back to you over time. The toolkit, when we circulate it, we have all your contact details, so we'll be circulating that during the week as well.
I just wanted to add something to that, Paul.
Sure.
Yeah. What was, I think, the vision beyond making young people ready and youth workers ready for their work and for their workplace was actually creating a toolkit that would enable healthy relationships overall. So not only being ready for work or ready for study, but also ready for actually engaging in a completely new way of being, which Belvedere Youth Club is so good at, and yoga really helps, using that bottom-up approach of how do I respond rather than react within friendships, in intimate relationships, and in relationships in the family. And what we're finding from the feedback that we're getting is that the toolkit, if you like, is being shared beyond the workplace, being shared in the families, and that's what's so enriching and so exciting about this project.
Thank you, Charlotta. Okay, we might move on, and I think we're doing well on time here. I might just do a quick summary of our wish list, our energy levels, and our wish list. It was great to have everybody. We're doing pretty well. I hope everybody is still. There's levels 8, 9. We've a few 6s, 8. So we're doing well with our energy levels. So that's great. Great for the start of the day. Some interesting Christmas presents there. I mean, a Swedish person looking for snow. That's always nice. We don't tend to get as much snow in Ireland over Christmas. Normally rain, a bit of muck and dirt, but it's great to see. And then lots of nice ambitions there as well for Christmas. Okay, I might just double check that our first speaker, Paloma, is ready to join us. You're very good to be here, Paloma. I'll if you need to share the screen or if you have slides, I'll just maybe just highlight just the focus of your talk, and then I'll hand over to you if that's okay. So we're very lucky to have Paloma Plaza here, who's going to talk about PACE, playfulness, acceptance, curiosity, and empathy, as a means to foster connection and emotional safety. So is it okay? I can hand over to you now, Paloma. If you need to share the screen, you can work away.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
Right.
Good morning. My name is Paloma, and I am a dyadic developmental psychotherapist. I work with adopted children and their families. This is a technique that has been developed to create safety in the relationship with carers for children who have experienced trauma and attachment difficulties. It's a technique that was developed by Dan Hughes in the United States, and obviously has a deep foundation on the attachment theory. One of the tools that is used in this technique is PACE. When we were developing this talk, we thought that it was very very relevant to practitioners who are developing programs that would support mental health for young people. So PACE is a tool that is integrated in the idea that in the dialogue with teenagers, with children who are having emotional difficulties, the parents, the carers, the adults around them can sustain conversations that will, in a way, help the nervous system of these children to regulate. So through the dialogue, there is an intention to co-regulate these teenagers using dialogical techniques. So the target, the core of DDP, is to create safety for these children. They have been through very difficult and complex situations in their lives, and usually they find it hard to establish new relationships with everybody, but especially with their new carers. So it kind of works really well for adopted children, which is the majority of the people that I work with. But it's also used in other contexts. So PACE talks about a few aspects that are linked to this technique. The first one is playfulness. And one of the things that I use for parents to understand how to use this part is that playfulness should be always used when it creates connection, and only used when it creates connection. So it's hard when, for example, families are very used to using banter to diffuse difficult situations, or slightly heavy-handed comments that would be really hilarious, but they would create very thin layers of shame. Shame is also something that we are really, really aware of. These children usually are very highly reactive to shame. So it's, in a way, it's something that I found in my practice, that parents and teachers, when I've trained teachers as well, they really need to think about how to use playfulness and humor in a way that creates that connection with the child. It's about creating a little momentum when you can share something that you can laugh about together. This will help the child feel safe, feel understood, and feel really involved with the person who he's dealing with. The other component is acceptance, and acceptance also has some elements to it that are hard to pick up at the beginning. You know, when I work with parents, they really need time to understand and process how to do these things in the dialogue. The dialogues happen so quickly. Usually children are heightened when the parents are really, really trying to work with them. And it's a big effort for parents to kind of, it takes time for them to develop these elements into, or to include these elements into the dialogue with the children. So empathy is relevant when we're trying to approach somebody's pain, discomfort, or any heightened emotional experience. Is very linked with compassion, and is a true and honest understanding and acceptance of what's happening to the other person. Again, is sometime when we're trying to understand what's going on for the other, this is something we as practitioners, as parents, as therapists can do, always thinking of a solution, an immediate solution. And that creates a distance in the moment you're trying to connect with the child. So we use it to really, really sit down, and in a way is very mindful. You've got to stop. You've got to really stop and take in and just observe what is it that the child is bringing to you, or is sharing with you, or is experiencing. So this acceptance is it might seem easy to talk about, but is really difficult to experience and activate in real life, in real time, when you are in these complex conversations. Because of what I've just mentioned before, because we're doing a job, we have a limited amount of time, we want a result, we might have an ulterior motive, and that might rush us out of the moment. So I would say that this part has a component of surrender, in which you have to really sit still and receive the child's emotional experience, or description of themselves, or description of how they see life. And definitely some parents find this really hard, because they said, but the child said was not true. You know, that didn't happen that way. But it's true for them, it's true in that moment, and you work with what they are giving you in that moment. So in terms of developing a therapeutic approach with a teenager, I think this is very relevant, in that it's just to hold their truth and their emotional experience as it is. And then that might give space for deeper connection and further understanding of what they are experiencing. The next component is curiosity. Curiosity is, I love it, because is the very essence of the dynamic that you can either kind of propel or slow down in a dialogue with a child. So the curiosity is very useful when you're finding yourself first trying to understand that emotional experience, and second, when you're also perhaps find yourself in these roadblocks or feeling cornered because the child is just not maybe opening up as you needed to or wanted to. You know, it's a way of working with your own frustrations, which children with heightened nervous systems will pick up very quickly. So curiosity is a way of also deepening the conversation and finding more meaning to the words or the descriptions that the children are giving you. Used with playfulness can be really good. And I would say that one of the things that really helps parents and people using this technique is that curiosity also allows you to reflect or to pay attention to the need to fix it, to make it better. So when you use curiosity, you're putting yourself in a different place than just giving solutions. And you are, in a way, joining in gently, because curiosity can also give you a gentle access to the other person's emotional experience. And in that way, when you're asking questions that are really questions that will help both of you make sense of what you're describing, of what you're talking about, even small questions, even repeating what the child just said, is like making really sure that we are sharing the same information, that we are on the same page, that we really understood the fine details of that emotional experience. I can't sleep at night. I find it really hard to settle at bedtime. So trying to find the reasons why without fixing it, without giving solutions, is a little bit of a detective work, but it's not done in isolation. It's done with the child. So tell me more. And you mentioned this before. Could you explain to me a little bit more about that? For example, if you were talking about sleep habits and how is your afternoon, and are days that are different from others, some days different from others? I mean, curiosity is really useful also, as I mentioned, when children are being resistant to the interaction, resistant to even to the verbal communication. So they are communicating perhaps with a lot of non-verbals, and they might be feeling uncomfortable. I'm thinking in my head, as I say this, of a first interview. And they might not know what it's about, what you're offering, how it would look like, how difficult it would be for them to implement, how open they are about changes. And curiosity is a way of creating safety in this context, where they can not only ask questions, but you can also offer through curiosity a sense of safety and understanding of who you are as well in front of them. So for example, when children come to see me for the first time, I always wonder with them about the place. The first thing I do is to offer them some safety around the place. These children might have triggers that I don't know about. So I wonder if you want to see the kitchen. I wonder if you know where the toilets are. If I can open this door, I will show you the closed doors that are in the office building. And also I wonder if you have any questions about me. You know, I have an accent and I'm from Colombia, so they are curious. You know, they're always curious. Even if I wasn't from Colombia, they're always curious about you. And even if they don't ask questions, and what are we going to do? And, you know, how is this lady going to, and how far is this lady going to go? Is she going to start with very difficult questions, you know? So yeah, they are guarded for a reason, and those protective mechanisms are very, very important. They've been very valuable to them, and they have a place. So they're like, I am not going to let my guard down just because you're nice and friendly. I can see some smiles. I have a story of a little boy that I've worked with. And when I asked him he was really resistant to talk about his emotions or to anything emotional. He could play with me, but he would not talk about his emotions. And when I asked him, he said, look, it's like a wardrobe full of balls. Some are big, some are small, some are marbles, some are just beach balls. But if I open it a little bit, it's all going to come out. And I looked at him and I realized, and I said, oh my God, so I've been asking you to open this, and then you have to go back to school. And of course you don't want to open this at all. And you make a big effort every day to keep it shut, totally shut. So that gave me an insight of how much I really needed to understand even more how that wardrobe looked like, how the efforts that he was making looked like, and how his day-to-day life was connected to not letting anything out. So it was also quite important for me to understand that I had to, that I had a plan, that I had a goal, that it wasn't his, and that we had to reassess that and connect in a different place. Perhaps the place was the effort and how that was for him on a daily basis, living his life out there in the schoolyard and with the teachers and trying to negotiate life with this big wardrobe full of balls. So in that, curiosity is an excellent tool to also backtrack. You know, oh my God, you know, I've been thinking about this and I have not told you for a few sessions. But I've been thinking and now I remember. And what about this? Am I right on saying that it's been a big effort for you to go to school? Sometimes parents want answers to those questions, and clear answers. And parents say to me, I don't understand what is happening to the child. And I ask them and they can't tell me. And of course, you would understand that a child with a heightened nervous system who's experiencing dysregulation or anxiety or even more complex mental health problems derived from that would also not be able to articulate or to have a very clear understanding of what is happening to them. So the use of questions and curiosity can also lead to start establishing something we call a co-narrative, which is a joint story behind what has happened or the behavior or or anything actually. Sometimes I do this just with food. What food do they like? You know, we start with simple things and we move on to more complex things. So that creation of a co-narrative is also another element of DDP, and is very important for children, because you're helping them to make sense of what is happening. So thinking about a program for them and connecting it with yoga, I think when what you're doing makes sense, real sense to them, and is connected to what they're experiencing, then it's so much more powerful than that following something that is not really connected to you or tailored to your needs. It becomes personal, and they perhaps can integrate it better and grasp it better. Yes. I think my time is coming to an end. And we were thinking about questions, but I don't know if I still have time for questions, or I might have taken all the time.
Not at all, Paloma. I think that is absolutely perfect. It fits so well with our methodology, and it really echoes, and I think it goes so much deeper in terms of that, how you work. So thanks so much for that. We do have about another eight or 9 minutes, so if there's any questions there, I have a few myself, so I'd love to keep talking all day. But
yeah.
if there's any questions, I think maybe is that Jonathan has his hand up there. You're muted there, Jonathan. I can guess what you're going to ask. You're muted if you can unmute. Oh no, maybe I need to do it. Oh,
He needs to do it himself.
Oh, there you go.
No, Paul. Yeah, Paul had to do that. Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that. That was really lovely to hear. Really appreciate your time and support on this. The question for me is just in relation to the Ready program. So in the Ready program, we oftentimes talk about how you need to observe without evaluating. But if you're the parent or you're a caregiver to the young person and you're emotionally attached to that person, how do you observe without evaluating and trying to get to the solution really, really quickly, you know, because you want to sort of really help the person? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think what I would add to that is that, or what I would say about that is that slowing down is very important. Slowing down, and for this, curiosity is such an important part of it, because you can also be curious, and this technique helps parents be curious with what is happening to them, parents and teachers and people around children who are needing this support. Be curious about what's happening to you. Are you feeling fast? Are you feeling nervous? Do you need to provide an answer? Do you feel that you need to provide an answer very quickly and go through all the steps? What if you're confused about one of the steps? What if you don't remember? Why don't you give yourself the chance to say, you know what? I can see you're really not okay with this. I mean, I can see, I don't know, you can mention something about their body language. If they're not being verbal, you can talk about the non-verbals and say, I'm picking this up. Can we talk about this in a minute? Can we park this? Can we come back to it later? Can we come back another day? So slowing down is the way to be able to be more mindful and more present.
Brilliant, thank you. I really appreciate that. Through the Ready program, we do look at sort of going into a conversation or engaging with young people, or even staff and parents, and we try and not evaluate. But it's really, really hard when we're communicating with parents to sort of support them to not evaluate, because if your kid is hyper or your kid is going through trauma, the first thing you try and do is sort of nearly resolve that for them. So you're nearly not listening to what they're saying, you're nearly trying to evaluate and address it straight away, you know. But what you've said has made a lot of sense, so thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Any other questions out there? You might stick your hand up. If while people might be thinking, Paloma, if it's okay to ask, you mentioned the idea of banter when you were talking about playfulness. You might just give us an example where that you mentioned that those thin layers of shame and sometimes banter mightn't be productive in those situations. Irish people are probably too good at banter, so it'd be interesting to hear some examples as to how we might just be cognizant and be aware of this.
So I think I was thinking about this, and I think every country has it. You know, if I think about all the Instagram things that my Colombian community has sent me about Colombian moms, and that we hit our children with a flip-flop, you know. I know. So every country has their own code. Is a whole code of sense of humor. I'm just about picking up on the English one after 17 years. But definitely when it's used to create a sense of overpowering the other. So we can laugh about your weaknesses, or I can start laughing about your weaknesses, and I'll do it in a way that I'm exposing you, but then you can't really complain because it will be so funny that you can't really be offended. Yeah, it's very subtle. It's very subtle. But it's not giving you connection. You're laughing, people are laughing it off, you're laughing it off, you're, you know, cutting through the thick of it, and then you move on to something else. You're brushing it under the carpet, but you're not connecting. You're laughing at the expenses of somebody else, or fragilities, or insecurities. And of course, you're not doing it in a highly harmful way. This could go all the way. Obviously, it's on a spectrum of things. And if we think about moms in the 50s, probably they'll be brutal, you know, like toughen up, get on with it. And she will make a joke and the child will go like, yeah, well, this is what I have to do. Push it down, keep going. Yeah. Yeah, tough luck. Yeah. But the way we use playfulness is to create connection. So you can laugh about silly things, but always with, not at the expenses of. Yes, and in that, you can be very silly with that, which is great, because it's all the unmasking that we need to do to really connect with the child. We also need to do an unmasking that is difficult to do sometimes, you know. Most of the times when I explain what I do, people ask me, oh, but you must be really strict with distancing yourself emotionally from the children you work with. And it's a long explanation, so I say yes, but in reality, no. I've got to be really present, and I've got to be really, really honest. These children pick up when you have masks. They are experts on that.
That's brilliant, Paloma. That is brilliant. I love that idea of unmasking.
Yes. Yeah. Well, another element, just adding something more.
For the next talk, Paul, for the next talk, I feel like Paloma could speak about this for hours.
No, absolutely.
No, I'm completely enthralled. And we've all, I mean, it's relationships in general, isn't it? It's not just traumatic children, it's relationships with each other and within a family, and it's all the whole community could do with a bit of this structure of just thinking about these elements. Thank you so much, Paloma. Sorry, I jumped in there, Paul. I was a bit moved.
No, not at all, Charlotte. No. We've a minute before we're ready for our next spot. Paloma, any comments, please, people, please do add them into the chat, and I'm sure there'll be feedback over the course of the day and questions as people kind of consider what those elements that you've described, Paloma. They're really they really just shine exactly into the what we're trying to do, but obviously not at your therapeutic level, but what we're trying to do in terms of our youth
Yeah.
centres, in terms of our education spaces. Paloma, you might tell us, are there, is again, we're always in the business of toolkits in terms of, are there ways in which, or are there examples somewhere where you can point us to where we can maybe read further, or there's examples that we can share again with the participants afterwards? But if there is anything that you feel that we can look at to dive a little bit deeper, it'd be really helpful. There's so
Yes, well, definitely. I will recommend for people who are working on this field and perhaps with this profile of children to do the DDP Level 1 course, the Dyadic Developmental Psychotherapy Level 1 course. The beauty of this technique is that you train with the parents, you train with foster carers, you train with teachers, and it's a shared understanding. The parents that I work with need to know exactly what it is that I'm doing. So in a way, I'm training them so we can both work together in the session. But they go home and they do a lot of the work at home, most of the work at home. So you can find things on the internet. I will put together something small, but it will have some links. You can also see things on YouTube, and I'll put all the links and the information there for people who want to research a little bit more about this. There are also PACE-only courses that will focus just on kind of these techniques rather than a bit wider, which is the DDP one, Level 1.
brilliant. Thank you
Yes.
so much for your time, Paloma. I think there's a need now for a co-narrative between PACE and Ready. That's
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
So-
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Charlotte, and all the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we will be in touch. We will no doubt be in touch again, Paloma. But thank you so much
Wonderful.
for your input.
Thank you.
Okay, I will remove the spotlight, and again, thanks to everybody for, again, please do use the chat room if there is anything that you're thinking of. Again, share any ideas, any thoughts. There's everything is good to hear as we move through the day. Okay, so next up we have let me just get the next one up. This is I think it's a conversation. Is that fair enough to say, Charlotta? But it's Elena Ryu is speaking about periods and girls' well-being. And there's a video that I'll just lead us to now. And I think, can everyone see that okay?
I've also added it to the chat, Paul, so if
Oh,
people want to
brilliant,
watch it
brilliant.
on their own computer, because I think the sound when we share on our computer is not great. So I suggest that you watch it on your computer. And if anyone has any questions on this talk, you can ask me, because I have some understanding of this topic.
Okay. Can people hear that okay?
I really think having done this before, Paul, it's best if people watch it by themselves, because
Okay, so is that
the
okay,
sound
people?
came and went a little bit when it came from your computer as well, which isn't ideal.
Okay.
Because it gets interrupted with other sounds in your room or whatever. So I think if people could just go into the chat and click there and watch it themselves on their own computer, I think that might be the best way. We could always run it here just so that we're for timing, Paul.
Okay, I'll get it going. I'll turn the volume up here a little bit more, and then I'll get it going, and then people can choose either, whatever makes sense.
I don't know if they can mute this and listen to another thing. Is that possible? Maybe it is.
Old friend in Irene, for many years. And we're going to be talking today about, well, she'll be talking today about.
I can't see it, Paul. I can just hear it.
Oh, sorry.
Young women, and how the period is actually a source of wisdom for women. And
Oh, the
often
sound is much better.
historically.
Okay.
Elena is also a concert pianist and a teacher to musicians, primarily bringing yoga to musicians to support them with their work. So, first of all, Elena, why this topic? Why is this topic so important to you?
Good morning. So wonderful to speak with you, Charlotta, for so many years. This topic became really important to me as I was training to become a yoga teacher.
Sorry, Paul, we don't hear the sound.
Time together with well-being, and how's the time together with yoga, and what sort of things would you do with young people to support them?
Yes. So I've been training yoga teachers and therapists. I devised the training online during COVID because we couldn't do it live, and exactly about how to work with young girls and how to run girls circles. And it's a very vulnerable period in a girl's life because there's so much change happening. And what usually also is taking place is that the mother is perimenopausal. So, all these energies are unleashed in the household. And it's like, for me, in my book, I say that your first period is the unfolding of yourself as a young maiden. So there's this huge unfolding. And often the girl has no idea what is happening to her, physically to her body. And then an understanding of your cycle of body literacy is really, really important at this stage to make later in life be able to make fully informed decisions. So, I think the girl has to own her body and all that pertains to her body, the correct names for all the parts of her body, and to know why these changes are happening and why these are so important and so positive for her development, instead of seeing the period as a taboo, as something dirty. And the research that the Chalice Foundation did in Australia was really, really frightening, because 70% of the girls they interviewed disliked everything about their period.
I can imagine that being the same figure here in the UK.
Yeah,
how would you change that, Elena? How would you propose to change that relationship?
Well, I think the way we change that is that we provide girls with age-appropriate information. So what I did quite a lot of research on the material that schools would be using in the sex education sessions, which also are usually mixed. And my experience of running girls' circles is they do not want to talk about this with boys. They just don't even want to talk about it with a woman. It's so, the taboo is so ingrained. So we have to create spaces that are safe spaces where groups of girls come together in the first circle, all sharing, these rites of passage together, and that can be really cathartic and a real, catalyze and completely new way of thinking about what's happening to them. So they need information also that is practical. They are worried about because I've heard so many kind of tall tales about periods. They are actually really scared. They're scared of the blood. They think they're going to bleed to death. You know, they really don't really know. So we need to make sure that the information is very friendly and sweet, I think, for them. For me, coming from a Steiner background as well, I wanted to draw things that were really gently drawing them into this world and not showing them, you know, black and white pictures of vaginas, or because they just don't want to see that. You know, we're talking about 8-9-year-old girls, and then allowing them through the yoga and the breathing to express these emotional, you know, roller coasters when the hormones start to fluctuate, you know, like us when we go through, you know, menopause. They need a way, you know, a vehicle to express that, and yoga provides the most fantastic, as we know, medium through which help these girls, you know, get rid of tension or get rid of anger. They're very tuned into injustice in the family, in the role play between siblings. So that's very similar to perimenopause as well, which injustice can be a real trigger for women in this stage. And we want them to also, you know, work on apana, on the energy that goes down. We want to work on hip openers. We want to work on their legs to make sure that circulation, because often, you know, menstrual problems have to do with stagnation of the liver. So my outlook on this is very much coming from Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine. So, you know, they are also starting periods much younger because of pollution, we think. So they're emotionally less prepared, less mature to deal with, you know, the whole maintenance of a cycle as well. So the yoga, the breathing can really help them regulate, you know, the stress, the sex hormones, which it can be really challenging at that time, and coming together as a tribe if you have a group of girls as well. So yeah, so these also quite important at this age if you're working with girls is to observe that posturally it can have a really big impact, because they want to hide the breasts as well, and they get teased if they're, you know, in a mixed school and not mixed. So there's a lot of teasing and shaming, and so the girl starts to really try to hide, and that's also psychological, and you know, the heart center suffers. And I think that's why at this age, you know, confidence drops dramatically in girls from the ages of 8 up. So, you know, you can have a really confident 6-year-old who thinks she can do anything, and then by age of 9, they're coming in saying they can't draw, they don't know how to, you know, there's a huge drop. And I think that's also to do with perhaps the area in the heart center becoming, you know, a little bit less open, you know.
And the transition, I think anywhere where there's a very cataclysmic transition, there's going to be a lack of confidence. But like you say, you know, you're gone from being an innocent, androgynous child to a person who can effectively make a baby. I mean, this is like two completely different human beings, right? And not only that, but what you're saying about the cycle itself, bringing waves of emotion that maybe there was not, that's a new sensation, right? And how do we plug into that to empower us rather than to disempower us? Because what you're painting is a very common picture, I think, of that transition just knocking you sideways and you feeling like you don't recognize yourself anymore, because suddenly you've got these boobs and these hips and this blood and these anger, and there's sexual feelings, and all this stuff is coming up. So how do we harness that for to benefit them rather than to, you know, make that a problem, which it is at the moment, I think, for many of us.
Yeah, I mean, partly with yoga, you know, the grounding, because as you're saying, in times of transition and turbulence, you know, vata goes up, and vata causes all the anxiety, the same in menopause, you know, so all the air is shooting up, the fire is not going down, and there's a huge amount of turbulence. And so grounding, you know, everything that is leg work and seats adapted to this age group, which they don't want to sit very much, And sometimes in my groups, the girls were exhausted. They just came in, you know, it's very tiring what's happening. It's like when you're pregnant, you know, your whole body is going 24/7, isn't it? So I think we forget, and we may sort of be very demanding and expect the girls to be terribly sort of up for all kinds of, you know, athletic yoga poses, and they're really not feeling like that because they might just want to rest and do a yoga nidra. So I think yoga nidra is really an excellent tool for this age group as well. Very creative yoga nidra. I used to do yoga nidra, and then I used to have beautiful crayons, and they would come around from the yoga nidra and draw. And that was a very amazing experience for them, you know, to just draw straight what may be coming from the unconscious, without being told what to do. Because the other thing is, remember, this group, they're being told what to do all day. They are told when to go to the toilet, which is another issue. They're holding, and then to go to the toilet, they have to ask. They have to maybe tell somebody they're bleeding. Sorry, there's a helicopter here. And so that causes more stress as well, because they're not used to just attend to the physical needs when they actually.
And I think it's very common that when we talk about periods in girls, we do focus on the actual bleeding element, but actually there's other elements too, aren't there? And it would be nice to focus a little bit on the ovulation and the rise of the ovulation, because that's a very optimistic phase, isn't it, for many people?
Yes, the ovulation. I mean, so the really nice model that I'll try to find it quickly that we use, and it's beautiful at this age group and any age group, is the
yes, that's great. Yeah,
the inner season model.
Hold it there. So yeah, what we're talking about: pre-ovulation is spring, ovulation is summer, post-ovulation or premenstrual is autumn, and then winter is menstruation. Yeah, and that gives us an idea of how we measure our energies.
Exactly, and also it's like eco-menstruality. You know, you bring in nature, which is something they understand. They're very attuned to nature inside the body. You know, we have the 5 elements inside the body. We all know that as yoga teachers. So it's a very gentle way of also making the girl feeling that all these changes and all these sort of ebbs and flows, and with the moon as well, are a natural part of being in a cyclical life. So ovulation is actually the most important event, as you thank you for bringing that up. Because the blood is like, oh, there's the blood and so much to do with the blood, but actually ovulation is what makes estrogen.
Exactly, yeah.
And without estrogen, that's it. Estrogen is like, you know, the mistress hormone, isn't it? She's like the super hormone. Yeah. And I meet so many older girls now, you know, like 18, 19-year-olds, and in fact, I was going to talk to somebody about it today, because I'm seeing more and more menstrual issues in this age group as well, and you know, to do with ignorance about how to spot ovulation. Why they as you say, they all think that is the bleed that is the main thing, and ovulation also is a phase where you're really manifesting yourself. You know, you're feeling very confident. You're feeling so part of everybody else.
Yeah, I think this is something that so many young people, when they come to a doctor with menstruation issues, whether it's painful periods or whether it's irregular periods, which of course is perfectly normal in the beginning, they're often put on some sort of medication, and it could often be the pill or the patch. And of course, what that's doing is suppressing the cycle completely.
And antidepressants. And what's incredible is I'm working with, you know, women from 18 to 25, and they don't know that the pill is doing this. They just take it. And so that, for instance, I saw a group the other day. They were taking the pill because they had breakthrough bleeds. And then I said, okay, how long have you been taking it? Well, you know, 6 months, a year. And have the breakthrough bleeds stopped? No, they got worse. And I'm like, well, then stop it. Because if they're giving you something to make something better, and you see it isn't making it better, the same with cramping. They had worse cramping with a coil. but the thing is, they want to make an informed decision, so that, you know, there's very little, they're not reading all the wonderful books. There's a book by Jane Bennett and Alexandra Pope called The Pill, Is It For You? And that just explains to you what's happening. And then you can make an informed choice, which is where body literacy comes in. You want to know that being a woman is fantastic, that, you know, you hold the power of life and death within your body. Every cycle you experience being the creator and dying, because, you know, that's, so you're in the winter and in the summer, and it does me an incredible, I think, lack of information about how powerful that can be creatively, because I work with the creative process.
Yes, absolutely. But also sexually, I think, to understand one's sexuality, because coming into one's sexuality at whatever age that would be, you know, to understand, oh, around ovulation, I'm going to feel a bit more horny, a bit more interested in boys and so on, or girls. And to be able to harness that, okay, it's the time of the month, that's why I'm feeling this way. It might not be that I'm actually falling in love with this person. And so and to be able to sort of understand, like you say, embodied literacy is a very, very powerful term, I think, which we're going to be using more and more going forward, where the body itself is speaking to us all the time, and we just need to become a bit more literate in listening to it.
Yeah, because it's all led so much, you know, mind-led. Everything is rational thing, and exactly what you're saying. And for the girls to understand that also, that a knowledge of your menstrual cycle, you know, charting your cycle, can really help with consent and body sovereignty. And because each part of the cycle has a boundary, you know, and I work with these girls, and they didn't know anything about the cervical fluid. I mean, older women, you know, and how to, because they're also using the pill. And so this is where feminism comes back. They feel solely responsible for this contraception issue. So they're all taking the pill because they're not wearing a condom. And, you know, we're in 2025 now, and they still have this mentality that is up to the woman to...
Yeah, that's, it's a feminist issue for sure. Elena, we're going to have to wrap it up there. I'm so sorry, but now people know, where can they get your book? Is it from Amazon?
They can get it from Amazon as well in the UK. They can get it from my webpage, which is elenariu.co.uk. And my advice would be, if you're working with girls, be very gentle. Be just observe and do, you know, let them have fun, let them express themselves, because let them be loud, because they're not really allowed to. And let them say no, offer them alternatives that they don't have to do something, because they really need to feel the power of a no, which is they're not allowed to express it.
That's a very good point. They're allowed to say no, and that the no is never ending. It doesn't become no, 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 yes. It's just no all the way through.
Exactly.
And where do we, and that's about boundaries, and we need to model that for our young women.
We do.
Well, that's lovely, Elena. Thank you so
Charlotte.
much.
Thank you so much. Bye. Take care. Bye. Thank you.
So, yes, if anybody has any questions on that topic, I'm more than happy to comment or continue before we take our little well-being break. It's for some people, maybe a little bit of a kind of creepy topic, talking about bleeding and menstruation. I don't know if you felt that way, or if it felt like, wow, finally somebody's talking about this thing that's impacting all of us. Well, 50% of us. Well, actually, the other 50% too get impacted for sure. And I think Elena's point was quite clearly made, is that, you know, once we are a bit informed about this, then we can support our young women to harness their periods as actually as a powerful tool, rather than something that's in the way. Sophie.
Thanks very much for this, always very useful. And I thought it might be a good way also to bring some teen girls to yoga, because sometimes they feel, oh no, it's not the thing. But in fact, lots have some pain or cramps. So which one would you say is the best first kid tool advice, like for the girls? For the yoga,
we do talk about that quite a lot on the course, don't we, Sophie? But I think for me, it's very much about slow hip releases, so circular hip releases, because all the muscle groups around the hips and around the uterus get really tense and really hard, and that's often what the cramps are. Actually, it's just the cramping of the muscle groups around the uterus. So any sort of gentle circular movements of the hips can be very relieving. And then also, as Elena was saying, encouraging that apana, which is the energy that goes down into the ground. So squatting, where we're really grounding ourselves, squatting and then moving in a squat, coming into all fours and moving in a circle in all fours, coming back into child's pose, and then breathing. So deep belly breathing and extending the exhalation. All these things would help with cramps, you know. And there's also something around the psoas muscle, isn't there, and menstruation. So releasing the psoas muscle with a lunge is also really good. And there's also apps, yeah, Ruby was saying there's an app to track your period so that you can start to know, okay, this is when I'm ovulating, so I'm likely to have lots of energy then, and this is when I'm premenstrual, so I'm likely to need a lot of rest then. And I think what Elena said about resting around your period will give you so much more energy later. So if you can honor those few days just before the period and go to bed early, do some yoga nidras, you don't try and go for a run, don't go to the gym, you know, just cut all that out. Then when the period gets started, you'll feel more energy and you'll be more capable. But it's important that we do that preparatory work and we rest when we need the rest. Yeah, thank you, Sophie. It's a very good point.
Thanks very much.
I think we need to move on to our break now, unless anyone has any more questions. Paul, did you have a question on that topic?
Nope, ready to go,
ready
for the break.
Okay.
But thanks a million, Charlotte. That was really good.
Yeah, I'll let Elena know. And if anyone has any questions, I think Elena did give her email address there, so you could ask her directly, or feel free to ask me in the chat through the day. That's absolutely fine.
And we can include the link to the book in the all the materials that we sent out to everyone.
Let's do that. Yeah, I'll pop that in the chat later. Okay, so for our stretch and relax break, let's just interlace our fingers and stretch the whole body up. So releasing through the spine, feeling your sit bones, feeling the spine lengthening. Oh, lovely. And then over to the right, stretching through the left side of the body, and over to the left, stretching through the right side of the body. Fantastic. Come back up and exhale. Inhale, bring the hand to the opposite knee and twist the whole body, look behind you. Bring the shoulder blades together behind you. And inhale, stretching up. And exhale, go in the other direction. Come back to center. Interlace your fingers behind your back and draw your shoulders back, open through the chest, look up. And really feel your chest opening there. And release. Pop your hands on your knees and we'll just do some nice breathing exercises. So breathe in, let your shoulders come up to your ears. And breathing out through the nose, gently allow the shoulders to draw up. And shaking it out, shake it out. Feel your connection with the feet as you shake out, maybe stamp a little bit so you feel the grounding, and then shake out the torso, shake out the arms, and shake out the shoulders. Great. Fantastic. I'm going to hand over to you, Paul.
Thank you for that, Charlotta. That was great. Feeling a little bit more ready for the next piece. Just in terms of the timing, our next piece is another video, and this time it's from Lena Skogholm, and she's looking at the adolescent brain and behavior. So I hope that, apologies for anybody that the sound wasn't great. Hopefully we've got that sorted now. I'll share. I think it might have been because I first of all didn't have YouTube up as loud as possible, and secondly, I think when I muted myself, it affected everybody. So we learn as we go. So I got to share the screen now, and we'll move into our next. And then just keep an eye. Keep any questions, observations, or anything like that in the chat, and then we can come back to them afterwards. Okay. Thanks a million, folks. Right, we are going here.
Så roligt att vara här i det här sällskapet och så roligt att det är så många med oss. Och jag är verkligen glad över att det är fler och fler av oss som vill faktiskt veta hur funkar hjärnan så att vi kan samarbeta med den. Hjärnan har mängder av gamla biologiska program som liksom ger oss en impuls att göra på ena eller andra sättet. Både för barn och unga och även för oss vuxna såklart. Men det skiljer ju åt hur den barnahjärnan är och den vuxna. Så om vi tänker barnhjärnan, ja den är ju mer som en, vad ska man säga, vildvuxen trädgård helt enkelt. Den är inte alls klar på något sätt och alla delar växer lite huller och buller och den ska liksom ansas. När man tänker mer på den vuxna hjärnan, ja då kanske det i jämförelse kan vara en välansad häck. Så här har vi liksom grundförutsättningen. Det betyder att vi inte alls kan förvänta oss saker och det här vet vi ju egentligen. Men konsekvenstänk, impulsstyrning och liknande, det är ju inte alls utvecklat i barn- och ungdomshjärnan. Den senaste delen som blir klar först när vi är 25-30, det är där vi har konsekvenstänket och impulsstyrningen. Den utvecklas ju under årens lopp, men därför tänker jag att det är så viktigt att ha i åtanke att det här med att kunna ha impulskontroll eller kunna koncentrera sig, det är egentligen inte en disciplinfråga. Det är en fråga om biologi i hjärnans landskap. Sen kan vi hjälpa till och underlätta så att vi kan hålla det där fokuset. Och hjärnan är ju då dessutom extremt formbar. En hjärnforskare sa så här att hjärnan är som slime, alltså lika formbar som slime ska tilläggas. Det betyder ju att varje möte vi har med barn och unga, vi formar hjärnan lite i varje möte. Där inne finns det liksom olika biologiska program som vi kan se till att de antingen växer sig starkare eller mindre beroende på vad vi gör. Om man tittar på hjärnan så känner du kanske till det här begreppet att man pratar om att hjärnan är plastisk. Om vi bara stannar till lite och tänker vad det betyder ännu mer i praktiken. Om något är elastiskt, ja, ett resårband till exempel. Om man drar ut det och sen släpper det, då åker du tillbaka till den form man hade från början. Men om någonting är plastiskt som hjärnan, ja, om något är plastiskt, om man drar ut det och släpper taget, då behåller det formen. Är du med på hur otroligt formbar hjärnan är? Och särskilt i unga år så är hjärnan extra formbar, även om den är det hela livet. Det är därför det är så bra att ha koll på, men vad är det jag gör som formar den här unga personens hjärna? Vad kan jag ha i bakhuvudet? Och här menar jag på också att hur vi kommunicerar och bemöter. Vi kan göra det på ett sätt så att det underlättar för den unga hjärnan. Eller så att det sliter på den unga hjärnan. Och det kommer vi in på strax. Men först vill jag bara nämna något om tonårshjärnan också. Vi vet ju att det händer väldigt mycket i tonårstiden. Varför? Ja, då är det ju en extra stor ombyggnation i hjärnans landskap. Då kanske vi behöver ha lite extra förståelse för vad som händer. Kanske det kan vara så här att tonåringen skulle egentligen behöva ha en liten skylt. Ombyggnation pågår, tack för din förståelse. Det är flera saker som bygger om, bland annat rensas det bland kopplingar och en del neuroner, hjärnceller ska bort. Och de man har kvar, de ska vara då istället superbriljanta helt enkelt. Är planer, eller man kan i alla fall säga att det går från grusväg till motorväg som banorna ska funka. En process som tar mängder av energi. Så innan en tonåring har gjort någonting överhuvudtaget så tar det mängder av energi. Och med det här sagt så förstår vi också att både barn- och tonårshjärnan är mer känslig för stress. Varför? Ja, låt oss komma in på det. Men först en fråga. Har du möjligen någon gång varit så här stressad? Ja, alltså det går ju inte så bra att tänka logiskt i de här lägena när det är bara för mycket. Jag misstänker att vi alla har varit i det här läget någon gång. Om vi tittar på en bild på en hjärna och försöker förstå men varför går det inte att tänka logiskt, vad händer här bakomliggande? Ja, jag tror vi alla har sett en bild på en hjärna och då kan man ju se att det är som 3 olika typer av strukturer. Längst ner känner vi känner igen begreppet reptilhjärnan, det är ju hjärnstammen och lillhjärnan helt enkelt. Däggdjurshjärnan, mittendelen som utvecklades när däggdjuren kom. Och sen hjärnbarken och inte minst framloberna som växte sig så stora hos oss människor. Skulle de här 3 delarna också kunna motsvara, om man tänker sig, 3 medvetandenivåer? Inte otänkbart. Vi har ju vår instinkt, det här pratar vi reptilhjärnan. Vi har känslorna, förenklat sett, däggdjurshjärnan nu. Däggdjurshjärnan, den brukar jag kalla aphjärnan, bara för att det ska vara superenkelt att komma ihåg i vardagen. Så att du faktiskt får nytta av det här. Och sen den sista delen med logiken. Ja, det är ju den senast utvecklade delen. Pannloben, hjärnbarken. Och den här delen kallar jag för enkelhetens skull helt enkelt för människohjärnan. Men vad händer med logiken när vi blir stressade? Ja, den funkar ju inte så bra, eller hur? Förenklat kan man säga att hjärnan har som ett energisparläge som slår till när det blir för mycket för oss helt enkelt. Vet, om man kör på så har man inte riktigt laddat batterierna utan man gör av egentligen med mer energi men egentligen har tillgång till. Ja, i alla fall för att alla program ska funka bra. Här slår hjärnans energisparläge till. Och vad händer då i den där hjärnan om inte? Jo, det blir helt enkelt mörklagt i de översta delarna där vi har just funktionen logiken. Och tänk nu på barn- och ungdomshjärnan. Den senaste delen människohjärnan är inte utvecklad lika väl. Så det går liksom snabbare att den går in i ett energisparläge. Det finns inte lika mycket att ta av så att säga. Och kvar står man då och agerar utifrån de nedre delarna. Det vill säga aphjärnan eller reptilhjärnan. Och här behöver vi möta varje del med precis det som de behöver. Jag tänker att vi människor är ju lite som en sån här vandrande babushka, eller matrushka heter det väl egentligen. På det sättet att vi har lager efter lager. Och just när vi möter barn och unga var viktigt för oss att ha koll på att här bakom översta lagret där hittar vi om inte aphjärnan. Och nästa del, jajamän, här kommer den trogna gamla trotjänaren, helt enkelt reptilhjärnan. Och varför har jag med de här nu? För att det ska vara verkligen lätt för dig att komma ihåg. Reptilen förenklat kan inte tänka eller känna, den bara agerar. Instinkten, inte sant? Vad behöver den? En snitslar barna bara att följa. Det kan ju inte tänka riktigt själv. Går det att säga till en som har agerat lite tokigt utifrån reptilhjärnan, men vad tänkte du egentligen? Jag tänkte inte, för den kan inte tänka. Så det är liksom bara onödigt att lägga tid och energi på det. Utan här, vad behöver den? Den behöver den där snitslade barnen bara att följa. Exempelvis, du vet, vid hissar så är det ju alltid någon skylt så här vid brand. 1, 2, 3. Reptilspråket tänker jag. Och aphjärnan, vad har vi här? Var det ju känslocentret. I grund och botten handlar det här om att jag vill tillhöra flocken. Utan flocken, ja då kunde man dö om vi tänker våra gamla däggdjur. Och är det inte så för oss? Vi behöver varandra. Här är alltså, jag vill känna att det känns bra mellan oss, för då känner jag tillhörighet i flocken och då vet jag att jag kan överleva. Det är de gamla biologiska programmen. Så här handlar det ju verkligen om att lyssna in, visa förståelse, visa medkänsla för elever, för barn och unga. Och tänk nu på barn och unga som du möter dem, antingen om det är i skolan eller om det är hemma eller i något annat arbete du har. Där är känslocentret, och sen med människohjärnan där kan vi ju så att säga prata logiskt om det. Så om vi bara då gör en liten catch-up helt enkelt och sammanfattar de här 3 språken, då ser du dem här. Det är människohjärnan, det är logiska, aphjärnan, känsla, medkänsla, förståelse och reptilen kort, konkret och tydligt. Och vi kan med det här konstatera att eleverna ser inte världen som den är, utan de ser världen som deras hjärna är. För tillfället kan man ju lägga till också. Och blir det för mycket, man upplever det stress eller press eller det är något annat som skaver någonstans. Många barn och unga tyvärr är ju i sammanhang, situationer i en uppväxtmiljö och liknande där det är tufft. Det finns missbruk eller psykisk ohälsa eller det finns traumatiska upplevelser. Här behöver vi ha extra förståelse. För elever som kommer till skolan kan vara liksom traumaskadade och kanske inte ha tillgång på det sättet som vi tänker med människohjärnan. Ja, är du med hur jag tänker? Mer fördjupat finns även om detta förstås i boken. Så om vi tänker oss, hur kan det se ut då om det händer en sak? Exempelvis, ja, har du tappat bort din mobil någon gång förresten? Inte vet var du har den. Hur reagerar de här 3 nivåerna då? Ja, kolla här på den här bilden. Människohjärnan, ja den kan ju faktiskt tänka efter. Jag kanske la den i köket, jag går och kollar. Aphjärnan, var är min mobil? Någon måste ha tagit den. Och reptilhjärnan, det är nära panikknappen helt enkelt. Ett exempel på hur de här 3 spelarna i hjärnan kan agera. Och det är ju de där 3 spelarna i den ungas hjärna som vi ska samspela med. Med detta sagt så skulle man ju då kunna sammanfatta just den här delen i hjärnans landskap. För allas trevnad, håll koll på vilket medvetande lager som du pratar med helt enkelt. Och nu tänkte jag att vi går vidare till ett annat del i hjärnans landskap. Men först en fråga till dig. Har du någon gång träffat en väldigt negativ person som tar väldigt mycket energi någon gång? Ja, jag misstänker att vi alla har gjort det. Man kan ju undra vad händer i hjärnan och vad ska man göra? Men låt oss undersöka de här delarna och koppla det till barn- och ungdomshjärnan. Förenklat uttryckt, när vi har positiva känslor så är det ett system som lyser upp på vänster hjärnhalva, jag kallar det solskenshjärnan. Och ja, nu går vi från aphjärnans mer primitiva känslosystem till ett mer förfinat högre upp i hjärnans landskap. På vänster hjärnhalva, positiva känslor, då lyser det upp ett nätverk där och jag kallar det för solskenshjärnan. Och negativa känslor, ett nätverk lyser upp på höger hjärnhalva och jag kallar det för grådaskhjärnan. Man kan ju fråga sig, hur funkar de här då? Om vi börjar med att ställa oss frågan, vilken är starkast? Grådaskhjärnan eller solskenshjärnan? Ja, vi går till våra förfäder för vi får ju svaret därifrån vilka nätverk som har byggts upp. Därför att biologiska överlevnadsprogram för reptiler, för däggdjur, för människor som har levt före oss, de finns ju fortfarande aktiva i vår hjärna. Så hur kunde det se ut för våra förfäder om inte? Ja, exempelvis. Tänk om de vill ta en banan. Men i ögonvrån så lurar det ett lejon på väg och ska äta upp dem. Självklart reagera på faran först. Och här har vi liksom essensen av grådaskhjärnan. Det är som vår bästa bodyguard. Det betyder i praktiken att alla vi, barn och unga och alla vi andra, har som första impuls att se det som inte är bra. Och det gäller också en bedömning av oss själva. Solskenshjärnan kan förstås briljera. Över tid brukar man tänka sig, då är det den som lyfter. Exempel på det. Om några gifter sig efter vigseln, jag har aldrig hört någon säga så här. Ja, nu är det ju ändå 47% risk att vi skiljer oss. Det säger man ju inte, man tror det ska hålla. Solskenshjärnan briljerar. Deras funktion är också på det här sättet. Ni vet ett klassiskt exempel kanske, men om man har gjort 20 saker en dag och allt rullar på fint, allt utom en sak. Vad är det man tänker på om inte den, eller hur? Grådaskhjärnan är som en svamp. Den är där och direkt bara suger åt sig. Och vill hålla kvar tanken. Varför gör inte det? Vad händer nu? Vad menar hon när hon sa så? Vad det kan vara. Och tyvärr har vi ingen bra riktig volymkontroll på grådaskhjärnan. Den går all in. De där 19 sakerna vi gjorde som ändå var bra. Har vi tänkt på det ordentligt, gottat oss i det? Solskenshjärnan är som en teflonpanna, det rinner bara av den. Så helt enkelt, här är vi och våra elever. Är du med på nu tanken att vi sa ju att hjärnan är extremt formbar, plastisk. Hur kan vi då forma solskenshjärnan och grådaskhjärnan hos eleven eller hos barn och unga. Jag tycker det är så superviktigt att ha med sig att uttrycka sig i sitt språk. Exempelvis alla positiva ord och formuleringar, ett vänligt tonfall. Vad gör det? Det ger utrymme för solskenshjärnan. Så här kan vi liksom strössla med saker som gör att elevernas solskenshjärna får växa. Och det är så bra när vi har det här tankesättet. Och det här är ju verkligen någonting som jag drömmer om. Att hur kan vi, det här handlar inte om att vara liksom positiv eller negativ, utan det handlar om att ge utrymme för solskenshjärnan. Det är två funktioner, och när gagnar det oss att faktiskt väcka solskenshjärnan? Självklart ska vi lyssna på grådaskhjärnan, för att det är ju signaler till oss att kanske något inte är bra. Och samtidigt ha i åtanke att grådaskhjärnan vill ta över. Den vill vara diktator helst och ta över alltihopa. Den tycker att den har räddat livet på oss i årtusenden. Ja, du är med på tanken. Solskenshjärnan behöver vår hjälp helt enkelt. Och när vi ger utrymme för den, ja, då visar ju forskning att faktiskt med solskenshjärnan igång, då tänker eleven bättre. Eleven kommer ihåg bättre, och faktiskt att vi bygger upp kroppen på cellnivå. Så pratar vi inlärning, då förstår vi vikten av solskenshjärnan. Det här är en ren hjärnlogik, skulle jag vilja lägga till. Och det fina med allt det här är att vi kan träna och vi kan påverka så mycket. Det kan handla om en vänlig röst kontra en lite irriterad, frustrerad röst. Direkt så smittar det eller startar upp grådaskhjärnan respektive solskenshjärnan. Och jag vet att det inte är enkelt. Jag har ju själv jobbat som lärare under 10 år tidigare, det är ganska länge sedan nu, men jag vet att det inte är enkelt. Men när vi får den här hjälpen från hjärnforskningen att börja reflektera över de här sakerna, så hjälper det oss. Och grejen är att när vi själva börjar reflektera över hur kan jag väcka solskenshjärnan, blir vi själva glada av det. Det blir vi, för det gör ju att vi tränar upp vår egen solskenshjärna under tiden. Så det är så bra. Ja, vi kan träna den där hjärnan, och kanske vi ska tänka lite brain fitness helt enkelt. Dags att träna upp dig, ja. Men med detta sagt så tänker jag att vi kommer till den sista delen som jag ändå ville lyfta, åtminstone lite grann. Alltså det här kanske är det bästa jag sparat till sist. För känner du till den här nya tekniken som har kommit? Det är så mycket ny teknik nu. AI förstås, det är självkörande bilar och man bara Men nu finns det ju något nytt. Det ska vara någon typ av fjärrkontroll och man kan göra vissa inställningar. Och när man har gjort det, då kan man rikta det till en person, en elev eller någon annan. Och sen kan man få den personen att göra det man vill. Har du hört om det? Ja, det kanske inte, eller var det någon som tänkte att det kan vara oetiskt förresten? Men kanske vi inte behöver en sån uppfinning, för det kanske redan finns den funktionen i vår hjärna. För vad smittar snabbast? En förkylning eller känsla. Och sammantaget så handlar det helt enkelt om hur funkar den unga hjärnan? Och hur kan jag samarbeta med den i vardagen i varje möte? Och med det sagt så är det väl egentligen bara 2 ord jag kan avsluta med, nämligen bygg hjärnmuskler. Så jag hoppas att du känner att du har fått påfyllning, tips på hur du kan förstå den unga hjärnan, vad man kan göra och att det kanske också gav mer smak. Så tack så jättemycket för att du var med.
That was great. That's if I hope the subtitles worked okay. I think it kind of seemed to come and go a little bit, but I think we generally got the idea of the various levels of brain development and sunny and grey day brains that we're working with on a regular basis when we're working with our young people. I think it's important that we're aware of these things and considering it in terms of what the capabilities and what the challenges might be. I'll just see if there's some Charlotta has added some notes there. Charlotta, maybe do you want to just note some of those or mention them before we start thinking of moving on to our next speaker? if there's any other comments. Oh, sorry, Nick. Yeah. If there's any other feedback or any other comments there, you can see there's a link there to some of Lena's work there in the chat. Again, what we'll do is we'll put all these things, all these resources and materials together.
I'm not going to hear what you say.
When we'll put everything together in and we'll send it all out to you. I think the toolkit is ready to go as well, so we can share all these different resources with you over the coming days. Okay, just double checking that our next speaker is let me double check just that our next speaker is
present and correct.
Oh, sorry, Ina. Oh, sorry, who were you just saying that?
Kat.
Kat.
It's Kat.
Kat next.
Kat is our next speaker. Okay, apologies. Let me just guess that. It's Kat next, is it? Okay, so maybe I'll hand over. Ina, do you want to introduce Kat there maybe? And we'll be ready to hand over. I do.
I'm sorry, Kat. Maybe you could introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about your work. Please do.
Yes, very happy to. Which is interesting because the last year I have not been working, but or at least not in the same way. But yeah, my name's Kat Lana. I am trained as a child and adolescent psychotherapist. I had a previous background as a yoga teacher. I trained in teen yoga with Charlotta and Nick back in 2015, and it's been lovely to stay in touch with them ever since. And yeah, I also had a background in performing arts and have taught acro yoga, but have really been working in the field of youth and family well-being kind of for about the last 14 years. And last year decided to take a career break from my work as a psychotherapist in the NHS. I'd been working across clinical and community settings. Yeah, as a psychotherapist, but also just really supporting young people's well-being and running parent groups and consulting in schools and nurseries. And I took a career break because I lost touch with my own well-being and my own practice of yoga. And so actually the last year I have been deep diving into exploring my own well-being and returning to my own well-being and returning to my own practice of yoga. And so I felt really called to speak a little bit today, I guess, about what I've been discovering for myself. So yeah, I feel quite nervous and yeah, really grateful to be here and have this opportunity. Charlotta and Nick's work has been really powerful for me in my personal and professional development. And it's really exciting to hear about the work of the Ready Project and the work that you guys are all doing, which just feels so close to my heart. I felt really moved by all the speakers. A bit of a shame that I can't speak Swedish. I would have loved to understand a bit more of what was in the last one, but I think I got some of the important things. And yeah, I suppose what I would really like to speak about today is very much building on a lot of the things that have already been shared, I guess, particularly a lot of what Paloma was speaking about in terms of kind of using an approach of pace and working with the holding in mind and understanding for ourselves of playfulness and acceptance and curiosity and empathy in, yeah, both for ourselves and in work with young people. But in particular, I wanted to speak and kind of invite us to think about how we can use playful acceptance, loving acceptance in our own thinking about the activity of our minds and thinking and thoughts. I'm going to tell a story because sometimes it's a bit easier for me to communicate through stories. So I was doing another yoga training in India at the beginning of this year. Over the last year, I decided to spend some time living in spiritual communities and traveling a little more to, try and get my own nervous system regulated again, because it had become quite dysregulated after many years of living in London and living in what felt like a giant hamster wheel of my own creation, but it felt like that. And in these yoga classes at the beginning of the training, we had a bit of a problem with monkeys. I was in Goa, and monkeys are normal in the jungle in Goa. And for the first, I guess the first week or so, there were 30 of us on the training. We were all like trying to figure out how to connect with each other, how to adjust to a new diet, how to adjust to a new rhythm of life. There was a lot of like adjusting going on. And then we also had to figure out how to adjust to monkeys jumping on the roof during our yoga classes every morning. And the first week of this was quite stressful for a lot of us, or we were experiencing it as stressful, because we'd have a kind of snack time where there'd be bananas, and then sometimes there'd be like a little bit of delay before the bananas could be cleared away. And so all these monkeys would just have a field day, coming and eating whatever they could left of bananas, and then like jumping all over the roof. And so we were all sitting there in our down dogs going like, oh my God, it's got the monkeys interrupting our yoga practice. How can we do this? We're supposed to be doing yoga. At least I can't speak for everyone else, but that's what was going on in my mind. And it was one day when one of my peers said something very simple. She said, I wonder if it's a really good opportunity for us to really practice yoga, because maybe we've just got to really learn to love the monkeys, just like we've got to learn to love our monkey minds. And I was like, it's quite good. It's quite good, actually. Quite like that. I noticed in my own mind, just having that little idea really supported my practice for the next few weeks. And actually, it's obviously still supporting my practice today, because I still remember it. I think I'm sharing this because I don't think there's much I can say or share already that anyone here doesn't already know to some extent. Everyone here is kind of experts in their own fields and has been working with these things themselves and with young people a lot. But what I've started understanding over this last year of really reconnecting with my own well-being, I've been spending a lot of time in nature and that as well. A lot of time sitting in the garden, watching how insects do things. I've learned a lot from that, actually. And this also happened because during part of the time over the last year, I became immobile. I couldn't walk because of a seemingly random knee injury, which has gave me a real gift of time. And I moved back in with my parents, who are here on the call after arguing about how to figure out Zoom. Well done, guys. You did great. And yeah, I was looking at a grasshopper the other day, and she was it was fascinating. She was kind of trying to pick up round things. She did it with a few of them, like little round balls. And I after watching for a while, I realized I think she was trying to build her nest. And I had this thought, and I thought, oh gosh, I wonder if someone told you that, you had to figure out a career for your life and work out a mortgage and, you know, figure out the digital technology revolution and all. I wonder if you'd feel a bit stressed too. And for me personally, I've found thinking about what my mind does when my mind, or what my thoughts do when I feel nervous or somewhat dysregulated. Thinking about it as all pretty normal and just something that thoughts do and the mind does, because our minds are designed to help us make sense of our experiences. And sometimes they get a bit carried away with that. I've found that really helpful for my practice. There was something that Paloma said earlier, which moved me quite a lot, because she talked about the experience of working with a young boy who described his emotional world and yeah, kind of psyche as like a wardrobe filled with things that it was quite scary to think about opening that wardrobe. And she spoke about really coming to a place of, well, having an insight in herself that it might be really hard for him to share what was going on in his mind, and then go back to school. And the reason it moved me was that, or one of the reasons it moved me, was that I related to that experience for myself, being a psychotherapist, going to my own therapy, and then knowing I needed to go straight to the clinic after therapy and hold a lot of space for families, parents, children, experiencing a lot of suffering related to traumatic experiences. And I often had a feeling in my own therapy that if I had all these complicated thoughts and stress experiences in my own mind, that'd be rubbish as a therapist. And so sometimes I realized for me that held me back a bit in being able to make best use of my own therapy, because I was worried about how messy my own mind was, actually. I'll tell another story. So earlier this year, I was at a community event and I was in a sauna, and there were about 5 or 6 of us. It was quite a small, kind of boxy sauna. And those of us in there had kind of got chatting a little bit, and it was quite a good conversation. Don't really remember what it was about. And then a young woman came into the sauna, and we all had this kind of like awkward shuffling around a little bit to help her find somewhere to sit, and everyone wasn't really sure how to make it work, and most of us were half naked or completely naked. So yeah, bit of awkward shuffling. Anyway, she sat down, found a seat, and then there was just this really awkward silence, and no one really knew what to do with it, what to say. And we were sort of like shuffling or trying to hold ourselves in a way that made it all feel a little bit less awkward. And I just kind of watched what my mind was doing, and I noticed a lot of kind of, well, maybe I should have made room for her earlier, or maybe I should have done this, or like, oh gosh, you know, what should we do? And I just sort of said, okay, yeah, no. So first she said, we were all sitting there awkwardly, and she said, I'm really sorry if I interrupted your conversation and stuff. And we all continued to feel awkward because now we knew that she was feeling really awkward. And I just said, isn't it funny how our thoughts do all these things trying to make sense of things and often end up concluding that we've done something wrong? I don't think you did anything wrong. I don't think any of us has done anything wrong. I think it's just our thoughts doing thinking things. And everyone just laughed. And none of us felt awkward anymore. And I didn't need 3 degrees to say that. And I think that's something else certainly all my studies, my trainings, my experience, my life experience has helped the understandings I have today, as will be the same for all of you, anyone listening. But what I've been discovering over the last year is that a lot of the most powerful things we have to support each other as human beings come from being human beings. And when we can be human beings together, it can be really powerful. I've recently started to understand that my messy mind doesn't need to be the enemy to my ability to be supportive to others. It also doesn't need to be the enemy to my own yoga practice. This morning, when I was doing an asana practice and I was noticing all these thoughts about feeling really worried about talking at a conference today, and because I've been living at my parents' house, not really getting out and about that much, and spending lots of time with insects. It's like, well, it's a bit scary doing all this thing. And then I noticed these other thoughts going, oh, for God's sake, you're supposed to be doing yoga, Kat. Like, not thinking about these things. And I was like, oh yeah, that's that thing again. That's what happens, isn't it? It's probably really normal that I'm feeling nervous about talking today, because this is something I care about. I really care about this stuff. So it's my thoughts doing normal thought things, helping me try and make sense of all these feelings that go on in my body, and that's okay. I don't really think I have that much more to say, actually. I guess my hope is that in the various sort of random wanderings of my own mind that I've just shared with you, that there may be, that these things might join forces with the things that other people have been sharing this morning, and kind of help you as professionals and fellow human beings to maybe add a few brush strokes to your own canvases of understanding of how we can help ourselves collaboratively return to these feelings of inner peace and safety. Charlotta said something earlier about the way women think about periods, or the way young girls think about periods, and she spoke of harnessing these things as a powerful tool to guide us, rather than thinking of them as something that's in the way. And I guess what I wanted to communicate was that I think we can do that with our understanding of the mind and the way the mind works, that all of this stuff can be tools to guide us rather than things that get in our way. I'm going to leave it there, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Kat, a huge heartfelt thank you for your courage in showing up so authentically. I've jumped in over Paul there. Sorry, I tried to communicate, Paul, but is that okay? Fine. Yeah. Yes. So much fixing. Yeah. I need to fix you and fix me in order to be able to fix you. So we can fix society and we can make it all better. And instead it's just like, well, actually, let's just be messy together in a sauna naked.
Also, I guess our desires to fix are also normal, right? Because
right.
Because we can. So it's like
very moving and I think there seems to be such a strong segue to what Lucy will be speaking about. I can feel Lucy's synergy with this, and I don't know, Lucy, if you wanted to say something, because it's very much along your lines, I think, of this deep compassion, deep empathy, which starts, of course, with ourselves. Yeah, and understanding the roles of things. You know, I had this similar experience yesterday. I was sitting meditating, and my cat came in and jumped on my lap, which she normally does, and then she normally just sits there, and that's fine. I can do that. And then she saw a grasshopper in my room, and she started to dismember it as I was meditating on peace and human kindness. And I just thought, okay, yeah, a cat is doing a cat thing, and the human is doing a human thing. And why would I, you know, what's my role here? You know, she's just being a cat, and you're being a cat. You know? But what I'm just saying is, like, you're introducing this very, very important topic of embracing ourselves, actually, and sitting with ourselves and going, you know, it's all a bit messy here. And especially your very deep questioning around, and I'm meant to be going out helping people, and how do I do that with this stuff going? Maybe I need to fix myself a bit more. And actually, no, showing up as you are, as a messy human in a messy human world, is actually the most beautiful and most embracing and the kindest thing that you can do. So, yeah. I asked
it's also a lot less stressful now that I'm like, oh, I don't need to be perfect to be able to help people. That's brilliant. I had a woman come to me later after that sauna experience and go, "That was so helpful what you said, Ellie. It's going to stay with me forever." And I was like, I literally just shared what was going on in my own head. Well, I'm glad
the result of 3 degrees. I sort of invited Lucy in, and then I sort of blocked her. I'm sorry, Lucy.
No, not at all. Hi, I'm Lucy. Kat, I loved your presentation. Thank you. And as Charlotta said, it's a great segue. I feel very connected to a lot of what you were talking about. And as you were speaking, a lot of what I'd like to talk about is a little bit more of maybe some of the theories or the language or the semantics that sit over some of those experiences that you were talking about. So I was going to share a little bit about the sort of 3 different system level that we might think about when working with young people. So they're sort of interpersonal, what goes on in us, which Kat, you spoke about so humbly and authentically about your own experiences. Because we often very much keep the gaze at the children or the young people that we work with, but so much of what's really important is what's happening in our own system and what's being generated in us. And our children are just a reflection in a mirror, really, of the adults and the kind of wider systems around them. So I'll also be thinking a little bit about that level, as well as the intrapersonal, so the kind of space between. Charlotte, did you want me to
Well, I can sense you're
but-
sort of gliding in, and maybe people don't know, but both Kat and Lucy are both psychotherapists with young people so you're both, you both have the same, you do the same work, and both very, very much into, using yoga therapy as a bottom-up approach. But I'd love to leave that as a little bit of a teaser, Lucy, for people to go off and get a cup of tea, and knowing what's in store for them. This wonderful woman, Lucy, who I've sort of looked up to and called a friend for probably an awfully long time, and Kat also, known each other for an awfully long time. I feel very, very, very strongly that I'm very grateful that you felt able to be so open and authentic today. So thank you, huge thanks to Kat, Dr. Kat Lana in France with her knee, which I hope is better now.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Oh, my pleasure, my pleasure. And I think if it works for everybody, I personally would like to take a cup of tea and a breather, just absorb what's been going on here, yeah? And we'll come back to the wonderful Lucy, who I'm going to give introduction to, because I think Paul doesn't know her, and I feel so honoured that she's decided to do this with us today. So I'd love to give her a proper introduction as well. So I think you're planned to speak at past, which is in 9 minutes. Is that all right if we take 9 minutes to have a cup of tea? Is that?
Charlotta, just on a practical note, the slides, do I need to send them?
I'm going to make you co-host right now, Lucy, so you can sort of start that process now. Okay, darling.
See you soon.
See you soon, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. So, Lucy. So Lucy has been a clinical chartered psychologist for 20 years, and she's also a yoga therapist. She was one of the first yoga therapists really to see the impact on children with special needs, together with Joe Manuel, and really made a lot of inroads, particularly, if I'm right, Lucy, thinking working with asylum seekers and refugees at the time as well. Lucy also has run a formidable yoga therapy training for children and young people over many years, and I'm very excited to say she's joining forces with me to deliver something next year, yoga therapy training. So, but more than that, I mean, she's a mentor, she empowers parents, she runs EMDR clinics with very interesting therapy. She does individual therapy, primarily with young people, and I'll put her website details. Interesting and important work that Lucy's been doing over the last 20 years, and not to be underestimated. So Lucy's going to carry on talking along the same vein as Kat, similar sort of background to Kat, so really great segue there. And I'm just going to let you speak, Lucy, and maybe I hope that we have an opportunity to maybe have a little Q&A at the end, because I know you've got a lot to offer on this topic, so go for it.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen with you. Okay, can you see that?
Yes, but I'm wondering whether you could make it slideshow so that we can see it bigger, because at the moment we're seeing all the side bits as well.
Okay.
Because it makes it just it's quite small at the moment.
Yeah.
You want it sort of full screen. I don't know how the. Or if you want.
I might have to hang on. Let me.
Or do you want to send it to one of us and we can maybe? No, it's easier for you to. I don't know. What's easiest?
Okay, I think if I play and then share.
It might just play of its own accord. That's the problem when you play. We have to pause it. Okay.
Is that now?
Much better,
Yeah.
much clearer. Thank you.
So what can you see? Tell me.
You can see the first slide.
First slide.
Beyond being able to see anything else. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, welcome, and yeah, thank you for joining me, and thank you very much, Charlotta, for inviting me to and for that lovely warm introduction. So today I just want to explore. I'm going to do a bit of a whistle-stop tour. I thought till late last night I had an hour and a half, so it's it's going to be a bit condensed. But just a little bit about what might sit underneath behaviour. And how we create cultures of safety and belonging in the systems that surround young people. So how we create that space in the sauna that Kat talked about, where everything kind of settled and everyone exhaled and felt like they belonged there. Because this to me feels just really key in what is needed right now in our schools, in our youth system, in our communities, in families. And perhaps most essentially in our own interpersonal neurobiology systems, that we belong and we feel safe. So behaviours of communication, we hear that a lot. What does it really mean? You know, in early development, we're really aware of how important it is to coordinate our abilities to attune with our children. So people have probably seen those very early still face experiments. I'll put a little link in the chat where babies and mothers, it was always the mothers, you know, but they were there communicating with an adult. The adult goes still, they stop responding, and the child is biologically wired to activate the attachment system. So they start pointing and then screeching and then arching their back and making all of these movements that show us, I need you, I need your connection, I need you to attune to me and to be present with me. So later on down the line, you know, what we're seeing with our young people, they never arrive, unfortunately, with a neat paragraph or a formulation about what's happening in their inner world. But they're showing us all the time through their irritation, their silence, their humor, their fight. And all of these things are just an attempt at them getting our connection. That's the back arching, the screeching that we see in those kind of early still face experiments. It's a way at them trying to protect themselves. So Dan Siegel says that behavior is an external expression of our internal state. And he really has helped to remind us that our behavior is flowing from our nervous system. And we saw that a little bit in the presentation before about the teenage brain. So that our behaviors, the behavior that our kids are showing us, this is a clue. And when we're dysregulated, as we know from all the brain science, no consequence cheers, no motivational speeches can land. The behavior is not the problem, it's just the clue. And if we want different behavior in our schools, if we want different behavior in our homes, we have to offer a different experience. So where does this start from? You know, I really believe the more and more I do this work that it starts with us. All the data, all the research now is showing us that children are consistently asking for the same thing. In the UNICEF report, kids are saying in their own ways, we need adults that are calm, we need adults that speak the truth, we need adults that are kind, we need adults to listen to us, to understand us. Kids aren't feeling understood. So just like that baby with the still face that I showed, when we're not feeling understood, we start to try and activate to wake up the attachment system to say, see me, hear me, I need you. And that's what I feel our children are trying to say now. We're meeting our kids in a world that's never been faster, never been more disembodied, perhaps never been more frightening in some ways. We've never been more distracted. And there's lots of kind of research showing that, you know, increasing pressure in schools, that we are not in, you know, we talk about a kind of mental health crisis in our children, young people, but we don't talk about things like an educational design crisis. For example, Long and Patelet in the early 2000s have talked about the more pressure and anxiety increases in school, the more mental health difficulties they are in school. So, you know, we're still very much focusing on our children's mental health rather than what is it that's kind of driving this, because behind all these statistics are just stories. Well, not just stories, they are stories, and their nervous systems just trying to adapt to conditions that are not of their making. Our kids haven't made these conditions that they're trying to live in. And I imagine here we all know this really intimately. But we are the lighthouse in someone's storm. You know, there's no one coming to save us. I've decided we all have to kind of take this sort of responsibility to be responsible for our kind of children and young people. So, as I mentioned just after Kat's presentation, I kind of like to see these sort of three systems to understand behavior, about widening the frames. There's these three kind of very interconnected systems. There's our own nervous system and the nervous system of the child. There's the system between our children and the adults around them. And there's these collective systems that kind of shape our lives. So the interpersonal, this is the presentation before Kat's, the wonderful kind of teenage brain presentation. So the realm of the nervous system, our beliefs, our memories, how we make meaning. Dan Siegel, you know, again, has really showed us how the mind is embodied and relational, and how our young person, how they're shaped inside influences how they behave outside. And that's really kind of, you know, the theory is really there, yet it's still not being translated into our systems. So we understand, but we're not transforming the way that the systems are around our kids that mean that they are able to feel safe and feel the belonging. There's a great book, I don't know if anyone's read it, called How Emotions Are Made by Lisa Feldman. And this is what's one really kind of important thing from here, is that taking away something, again, that we've known for a long time, but hasn't really translated, that our brain's primary job is not to respond to the outside world, but to predict. So all the time we are predicting what will happen, what something means, whether it's safe, what action should we take, how much energy do we need. And this means that everything that we're doing is not just about the now, but it's also based on what happened back then. And that will be the same that is true for us. So when our kids are acting out, it's not a discipline issue. It's often a kind of memory issue. It's often an implicit memory being activated. So when we're inconsistent, or we roll our eyes, or a kid feels that they're being judged, that may well be triggering those experiences from their past. And something that's really, really important is that when children do that in front of us, it may be well eliciting our feelings of not being heard, or being abandoned, or things not being fair, which might be why we start to react in ways that aren't congruent with the child's behaviour in that moment. So I'll give you a little example. I've got 3 teens, and they love to leave the lids off everything in the bathroom, and they love to leave the micellar water open and nail polish open, so it strips all the paint off everything on the floors. And I go in all the time and have these conversations about how it would be really helpful to put these things on. And yet it never kind of happens. And sometimes I lose my shit around that. And what is that? It's not because of what they're doing. It's because, to me, it triggers and elicits a feeling of not being heard, because that was something in my own kind of memory system that gets activated. So that's where I can take responsibility, and I can process and digest some of those yucky feelings that I have when I'm not heard, so that I can respond to my children in a more playful way, in a way that will enable us to move forward from that moment in time. So this is why our own work, that interpersonal work, is really key. So kids are always shipped to therapy for me. Here you are, here's my teen, here's my, and I'm always like, hey parents, or hey teachers, let's meet. And I'm starting to do a lot more group work. Charlotte mentioned EMDR, particularly some of the group protocols that we can do with youth workers, teachers, to help us to deactivate some of those triggers in ourselves, so that we can respond from a place that our children need, that helps them to feel safe and that they belong. So, we will all know here, because of our links with Charlotta and Nick, I'm sure, lots of the ways that we may regulate ourselves. What's also important in that interpersonal, something we don't talk enough about as well, is we've got a lot of kids that are in shutdown now. So it's also about how we may need to upregulate children. It's not always about calming the systems down. So I love the kind of thermometer, if you're aware of the polyvagal theory, and thinking about a thermometer, noticing where our own system is. Are they on the red road? Are we on the red road? That kind of sympathetic activation. Are we on the blue road? Are we in that dorsal vagal shutdown, feeling tuned out, dissociative, shut down, like, oh, it's not fair, I've had enough, I can't do it anymore, that kind of where we're tuning out of the system. So learning to notice where our own thermometer is, as well as where the child is, and always coming from that place of regulating ourselves first. Some of the other interpersonal things that might be helpful are about how we slow down or speed up. So, I'm going quite speedily because I'm condensing my hour and a half into 20 minutes, but just might be worth checking, how is that on your nervous system when someone goes quite speedy? What happens if someone's slower and thinks for a while? Do you start to check your phone or zone out? So what gets elicited in your own nervous system, depending on the nervous system that you greet in front of you? In the interpersonal world, huge things that we can do is about our reflective communication. So really coming away from the fixing that Charlotta and Kat talked about, to really being able to feed back to our children, young people, what we see. There was a piece of research done that showed something like 70% of the time children tell us something. These were children between the age of 11 and 14. They're actually just trying to organize their thoughts rather than ask for an opinion. They don't really want to know what you think about it or how to fix it. They're just trying to process the information, and they need to be accompanied in that. They need to be witnessed by somebody who will sit alongside them, tolerate the distress or the difficulty that they might be experiencing, and to know that together there'll be a way through. And there's a great YouTube short by Brené Brown, Empathy versus Sympathy, which just highlights that really beautifully. If you haven't seen, there's lots of nodding. I suggest going and having a look at. It's very short and very poignant. So the interpersonal can be our tone of voice, how we co-regulate, how we attune, how we mirror. You know, if there's yoga therapists in the room, you will have done a lot of that in your yoga therapy training. And this is in moment to moment. This is in the supermarket when you see a kid, on the tube when you're sitting next to them. You know, every moment that we have in the presence of another is a moment for regulation and self-organization. And yeah, I think, you know, that lovely name of the charity, Off the Mat into the World. I wanted that when I had my yoga company, but someone had already pinched it and beat me to it, because it is what we do in the world, not in the therapy, you know, sessions and on the yoga mat, that counts hugely. You know, it all counts, but that really, really does count. So the intrapersonal, so the interpersonal, what's kind of happening inside, and the intrapersonal, what's happening between us. So this is, you know, it touches a little bit on some of the words that I've used before: co-regulation, mirroring, attunement, our own attachment patterns. If you haven't done an exploration into your own attachment patterns, I highly recommend it. It's quite activating, but hugely interesting, because the way in which we have learned to be in relationship with people, our blueprint will come from our early attachment patterns. And however much work I do, those attachment patterns still get activated. I think, oh God, I've done this, you know, I've worked on this. I'm sure that I you know, didn't have that wound anymore, that when I'm not listened to by all those bottles of nail varnish, that I can kind of come with my bigger, wiser mind and be present. But this stuff is, you know, so ingrained in us, even with all that slimy brain plasticity that we heard about. That means that the more we understand it, the more empowered we are to be able to be present, to be able to come to our children with facial expressions that are open, that are soft, that enable them to be able to feel a sense of kind of belonging and safety in our presence. And Alan Shaw's research, another amazing researcher, shows us, you know, that the adult nervous system is our kids' external regulator. So we're all the time lending our nervous system to our young people. And if you're doing kind of youth work, this is a big job. It's like your body is your tool. You know, my husband's a chef, and he's all the time sharpening his knives, and sometimes says, oh God, are you going? I love a sauna too. So are you going for another sauna again? Or are you going for another walk in the woods? I'm like, that's like sharpening my tool. You know, all that time you spent doing that, this is our tool. This is what we're using all the time to support the young people that we're with. And then we've got the systemic, the kind of wider context. So that might be the school culture. You know, we know that absenteeism is rising, that more and more young people are struggling to be in school. 2 out of my 3 children are now being home educated. I'd say 50% of my caseload are not currently in school. Young people that would have historically have been able to manage in school systems for various reasons. So, you know, this wider context is really important for us to consider. community trauma, you know, rising kind of economic challenges for people, discrimination. I work a lot, as Charlotte mentioned, with refugee and asylum seeking, mostly with unaccompanied children. It's a really hostile environment for our children and young people and refugees. You know, even where I live in Stroud in Gloucestershire, flags are coming up, and you know there's a change in how safe people feel, even people that have lived in the UK for 20-30 years are saying, you know, for the first time I've not felt very safe being in my own town. So the collective systems, you know, shape our behavior as much as these individual systems. And Bruce Perry says the pattern of stress is more important than the content of stress. So a chaotic environment can become a chaotic nervous system. We see that in families, similarly, you know, in our school systems, in our communities. So that beautiful quote from Rumi, out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right doing, there is a field, I will meet you there. So I think it was Gabor Mate. I use this quote all the time. I might be misquoting, but I think he said, the safety is not the absence of threat, it's the presence of connection. Is that right? Did he say that? Good. I have a habit of misquoting, like malapropisms, so I have to be careful. But so, and in youth work, you know, we often think about safety. Well, I worked in CAM services for years. I work now in the private and charitable sector. We really only talk about safety in terms of like safeguarding procedures or practical risk management. And we never mention the word love. I don't know if they do now, but it was quite extraordinary, really. So, you know, and of course, those things are really essential. They're really, really essential. But there is this other level of safety that neuroscience, that attachment theory, that trauma research are making really clear, that safety is just not physical and it's not just procedural, but it's nervous system based and it's relational. And Paul just shows us that we neurocept, so all the time we will all be doing, our children will all the time be scanning environments for safety and threat. So they're reading our facial cues, they're looking at our tone of voice, they're looking at how our posture is, our pace, our rhythm, our intonation. So our body is actually our first intervention. How we show up in our body is our first intervention. I think probably very few of the words I say in sessions get recalled. Sometimes someone will say to me something like, oh, I remember when you said, I think, oh God, what did I say? Or, you know, but they'll paraphrase it in a way of something that I don't think I would have said, but they will have conveyed and understood the meaning. So how we convey things through our body, through our sense of self, we are our best tool. How we enter the room is more important than what we say. And safety is biological, so it's a biological system, just like play is a biological system that we have, but it's also relational. It's right brain to right brain. And the biology of belonging, I don't know if anyone's seen the film The Weeping Camel. It's just a really beautiful, there's a short as well example. It's a camel who becomes unable to feed its baby. And I think they're in Mongolia. The community come round and they play music with the camel and they help the camel to reattach the baby camel. There must be a word for a baby camel. And they help this gorgeous baby camel to reattach with the mother through community, through belonging, through a sense of kind of attunement and accompaniment. And it's very moving. And actually, I don't know if we're personifying the camel, but at the end of the film, as the camel's baby comes back together with the camel and the community are singing, the camel sheds a tear, which obviously is like, oh God, it's so, you know, it's very, very beautiful. But really shows how belonging regulates the nervous system and how oxytocin and serotonin rise when a young person or a camel kind of feels valued and feels supported. We know how cortisol reduces when we have this sense of community. and that belonging is really protective to the body, so that a sense of loneliness reduces lifespan, you know, and if we have belonging, it actually makes us live longer, you know. We can't teach safety, you know, and we can't teach belonging. It's about our presence, and it's about our steadiness, and it's about the warmth, and it's essentially about the relationship. So see if I have another slide there. So Rumi said, wherever you stand, be the soul of that place. And I think that's the work. It's to cultivate our own steadiness, to bring safety into every room that we enter for our children and young people, to ensure that they feel a deep sense of being welcomed and belonging with whatever they show up with. And that they feel that they're accompanied, that we probably don't have the answers, but that we are there and we will accompany them. And yes, not much more to say than just that. Thank you all as well for your presence and deep commitment to our children and young people and their future. I think there's nothing more important. Yeah. Thank you.
Bless you, Lucy, for such an important talk and really pulling a lot of different things together that have been said this morning. And that's a heart from Nick, which I don't think I've ever seen a heart from Nick before. Well, I have, but not in these circumstances. We would love to give you a little extra time because we feel that it's such an important topic. And maybe I'm sure people have questions, but I'm just because I can, I'm going to ask you this thing about, I feel it so strongly. I think maybe animals are maybe even more clearer to us than young people in that regard, how we show up physically. And basically there's no fake it till you make it there. That is actually, it's what's going on in you is being picked up. So what is the process for us, I suppose? I mean, I have my answer to that, but what is the process for us in order to be able to show up in that way which allows our children to find the belonging and the safety they need?
Thank you, Charlotte. I think you're right. Animals, there's less layers that they bring. And I know you and I both love horses, and they're incredible teachers. In this kind of work, and has definitely been a path for me actually in noticing and being reflected back to more about how I show up. So yeah, our animals are great teachers. There's many routes, many paths. But I feel that, you know, probably for all of us here, I imagine there's a yoga connection. There's you know, yoga and meditation. I love when I'm with children, young people, to really ask their feedback, you know, to humble myself take that sense of my playful self, of that there's not a correct way of me being in this moment in time, and to ask. And that's the thing I was saying about reflective communication. So checking out with someone, like, you know, I noticed when you said that you looked down, I'm wondering what that brought up for you, if anything. Maybe nothing, but I'm just wondering, you know. So how can we keep attuning in the moment with our children, young people? Like, you didn't come into the lesson rather than that's a C2, you know, you're going to get a detention. So my kid gets lost a lot when she went to this big school and ended up with multiple detentions for getting lost, which just made her incredibly anxious, and meant she didn't want to go back in again, you know. But there was never any kind of adult saying that I could ascertain, I'm wondering where you were, like, you know, in the lesson, you know, what was kind of happening, or why you've been a bit late each time. So, but that curiosity, as we know from our polyvagal understanding, comes from a place of feeling safe in ourselves. So we will only come from a place of judgment, of criticism, if we are dysregulated.
Yeah.
So
That's right. Yeah.
we have to find our way back into kind of safety in our own system. And for some, we don't start on a level playing field with that, right, either. Because as I said, you know, what our children's experiences are showing how they are showing up. And that's the same for us.
Mm.
Experiences that we've had historically will mean that we will be showing up in kind of different ways. So, you know, we're not starting on a level playing field. And for some of us, that's going to mean a lot harder rowing than it is for others. Yeah.
It reminds me, I can see Kat's got a question, and I'm sure it's a really good one, so I want to get there very quickly, but I just wanted to sort of conclude what you've just said there with something was incredibly potent. Both you and I love Dan Siegel, and he quoted a piece of research on a group of teachers where half of the teachers were mindfulness or yoga practitioners and the other half weren't, and the behavior was hugely different in the two groups. The children didn't know that the teachers didn't share their practice, but it was the way that they showed up. The kids behaved differently to those two cohorts of teachers, which just sort of concludes what you were saying. So over to Kat. Sorry, Kat, take your time.
I could have used that time to find my mute button, but I didn't. Yeah, oh gosh, thank you so much, Lucy. It's so yeah, it's just a joy to hear everything you were sharing. And yeah, I guess my question was around, yeah, I think for me especially, it was just really helpful, I suppose, also to hear someone else who's been working in kind of Western mental health care systems speaking about the importance of like working with our own nervous systems and those sorts of things, because for me it feels like there are the seeds of that in our Western systems, but because there's so much demand all the time, those seeds often get lost. And I think that's certainly what I experienced, that, you know, I guess I've always been a bit woo-woo and a bit like, I love dancing around my bedroom and hanging out with grasshoppers and these sorts of things, but I felt a bit weird, you know, being that kind of person working in the NHS system. And obviously I've had a lot of kind of time and space to be able to deepen my own understanding, my own nervous system and working with it and those things over the last year. But I suppose certainly over the last few months, as I've been considering returning to kinds of work and redesigning my website, sort of thinking about what to look, how to approach these things, I've sort of been wondering, I guess I'd be curious to know what your thoughts, ideas, or visions are about how there can be a bit more of an evolution of the planting of seeds of really helping people not feel guilty about taking time for their own well-being when they're working in these fields, and really helping people understand how valuable it is for them and everyone else, like that your sort of practice is essential for your work, just as a chef sharpening his knives.
Yeah. I think good allies in the work is important, isn't it? And I definitely have felt in systems that haven't been maybe so aligned with my values or the way of working, there's always been a person or having good supports outside of the systems that I've worked with, people that understand and speak the same language. Personally, I'm really interested in developing more whole system approaches. So I mentioned, I know there's, yoga in schools approach, which is, and doing that for teachers. I was involved in a sort of Get Ready to Learn program, which was an interesting pilot of doing DVD programs of yoga in schools, where teachers and all staff had to do the program with the children and young people. But it was fascinating how avoidant, or how I would say avoidant, a lot of the adults were. And we can always frame it in terms of there's too much pressure or there's not enough time, but it kind of leads a little back to what I was saying about our own attachment styles, or our own kind of nervous systems. It's difficult if you haven't been on a path of doing your own personal work, this can feel very confronting for a lot of the people that we might be being with in systems. And so the guilt, or the avoidance, or the sort of overwhelm is really real. And I think we have to find ways to take this to people that are really de-shaming and de-stigmatizing. And often people, I find, will come more off the back of their children and young people that they're supporting than of themselves. So if the yoga program is for the class, but you are just doing it there, and slowly we can weave in some psychoeducation about what might be happening in your own system and how that might help the children and young people, they're little seeds and little ripples that start to grow, and some will take more of that out into their own lives and their own work. And for some, it will just be a little bit, like when you do a yoga class, I used to teach a yoga class in the gym. And for some, that was enough. And others went off and did kirtan and went on retreats and learnt Sanskrit. And, so we just can offer those little tastes and those little seeds. But people are in those jobs and in those places because they want to help children and young people. And they, so that when they see, they become more motivated. When they experience, they become more motivated. So I think the group programs like the yoga, we're doing quite a lot of something called GTEP at the moment, which is group EMDR with carers and parents and teachers. So they're protocols that you can do with 20, 30 people. Sometimes they're done after kind of mass traumatic events, but they can be done with smaller kind of traumatic episodes, like, working in a school and some of the things that might happen there. And they are some ways that people can just start to work at processing and digesting some of the things which get activated when they're in the classroom.
I wanted to say something about this because I do think it's such a systemic change we're looking for here, Lucy, aren't we? From a very work orientated sort of work hard and be valued, do well and be valued, earn money, that sort of perspective, to shifting. I need, and this was the period talk was also about, I need to rest now. This is me needing to rest. And what was really beautiful was a conversation I had with Bernadette, your graduate, who's now the first yoga therapist within Child and Adolescent Mental Health Unit here in the UK, who I'm sort of supporting with Jo, and I'm sure Lucy is as well. And her conversation I've actually published, you can all watch it, it's very interesting how she's saying that the children themselves are creating communities. So they're coming to her for a 6-week program, they're going back to the school, sharing practices with each other, and then going home and sharing practices with each other about co-regulation, self-regulation, relaxation, and bringing it so it becomes a sort of vocabulary. There's a word for this, it's called yoga nidra, or there's a word for it, it's called down regulation. There's a vocabulary that we start to adopt in systems that then become normalized. And not only that, but she's noticing it within the CAMS unit she's working in as well, because she had to introduce it to everyone so they knew what they were referring to when they were referring service users. And they are also joining in. So then we're getting this sort of systemic shift of this is what we require is you to take care of yourself, because otherwise we can't take care of each other.
Thank you, Charlotte. And I think that's really key. When I started this work 20 years ago, it was very rare a child would come and sit in front of me and knew what an amygdala was, or like how to breathe with their finger around their hand. And these are the next generation. And now every kid I see that's below the age of 15, I would say, has some kind of awareness of words to describe what's going on in their brain or their frontal cortex, when they're, it's gone offline. So, that's really hopeful, isn't it? I think
there's a vocabulary now. And I think another point that you made, which I really don't want to because there's been so much you've said that I don't want us to lose it, was actually something that Sarah Jane Blakemore also wrote about, who's a fantastic writer on the adolescent brain. Is that young people are they are the canary in the coal mine. Their issue is not their issue. Their issue is a reflection of our issue.
Yeah.
You know, of a society systemic issue. So what, and we are the ones in power, not them. So I think that's where you started, and I think I really feel the need that we need to go back to that point and say, look, actually, you know, we're where it starts, we're where it ends, and we're the ones who've got to create something for them. And I thought that was a really important point you made. I also want to make the point that our next speaker may well have missed the timing, thinking it was English time, because she's not with us yet. So we, in case you're wondering why we're still chatting, we have time, which I'm really happy about. Probably not your hour and a half that you planned for, but we do have more time. So if anybody does have any questions, please do keep this conversation going, because Lucy is such a treasure trove of inspiration and information. I don't know whether EMDR is something everybody's familiar with, or whether that needs to be explained, because I think that's also a very powerful tool to bring into the
Paul, you had your...
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah, but I'd love to hear more about EMDR as well, as Charlotte has said. But just if even within that, it just, again, it's part of I think of what you've alluded to and has gone through the morning, and it really powerfully. But conscious that for a lot of our Ready project, we were working with teachers and youth workers and trainers, educators in different settings. And for a lot of them, this was new. And these, I'm thinking specifically in Dublin, where our youth worker team would be very familiar with a kind of restorative practice tools and techniques, and very much bought into that. But a lot of even though it was very allied and very, very close, a lot of the teen yoga techniques, they were new, and a lot of, but just wondering, are there tips and techniques, again, from the kind of therapeutic perspective, because a lot of our youth workers mightn't necessarily, they wouldn't have the training that's in therapy, and maybe even the levels of supervision that they have mightn't be as ideal in terms of funding, etc. Just that idea you raised, and I thought it was important, just that idea of how we all have our own blueprint from our own attachment path, and again, something that's what we bring to our young people. Are there, without having to have a therapeutic kind of way of responding to that, are there tips and techniques or tools that we can bring into our youth centres within our kind of self-reflection, or our communities of practice, where we can expand or tease these ideas a little out? Because, as you say, that the body that we bring into that space is what the young people are responding to.
Yeah,
that's not too long a question. Yeah. Sorry, Lucy.
Oh, well, I think anything that brings awareness and a pause helps, because we will be responding from that predictive place. So if our mind's a prediction machine, and what we've experienced before predicts what we think is going to happen, or how it will happen, how much energy it will require, what response it will require. Anything that can create those moments of slowing things down, of noticing, of reflection, is going to help. So for some people, that's mindfulness, isn't it? And that's taking a pause. But for some people, it might be, having in your place. I'm just wondering where mine is. I always kind of have this to hand wherever I go. So I always take a pause. I'm like, oh, let's just take a pause. Let's just take a moment to see what's going on in this moment. Do you want to have a little look? What do you think might be going on here? How can I see what's going on out there? So we can have often, we think in metaphors, we think in stories, as Kat said, we think through images. If we can have things that might help us in physical space and time, just to take those moments to come out of that automatic pilot and to notice what's happening here. And then there's the deeper work, there's having our own therapy. Some of these group EMDR protocols are really interesting because they demand quite a short amount of time. They're not very costly, and they help to bring awareness to some of our own triggers. but they're also really resource rich. So they help us to build a safe space in our mind, or they help us to think of empowering thoughts that we might want to have when we enter a challenging situation, like I've got everything I need to manage this, or I can handle this, so that we don't slip into maybe some of those negative cognitions that we might believe about ourselves, which then impact the way that we respond to a child in front of us. I can't handle this. I can't handle what you're doing now, right? Like of course we can handle like a 6-year-old in front of us. Like that's fine. In fact, bearing in mind what I said before, we don't need to handle them. We need to accompany them and kind of be with them. But when we start to say things like that, what is that? That's our own triggers. Like that's our own kind of nervous system going into hyperarousal. I can't handle this. I've got to leave this behind. I'm starting to become hypoaroused, to shut down, to not be able to engage with this. So building those kind of resources, positive, empowering thoughts, being able to take moments, just trying to think of other things, knowing what safety feels like in our system. So for some people that's connecting with the breath. For some people that might be remembering sitting on that beach with the warm sun there, so that we can find little ways to access safety in the moment, so that we can then bring ourselves from that place. Paul, I don't know if that gives some quick and dirty kind of tips, and but I'd be happy to think more.
I'm just wondering, I'm not sure if Jonathan is still there as our team leader of the youth. I'm just, again, I think what's brilliant about today is that there's these ideas are very practical. They're very realizable when you're like, if Jonathan is leading a team meeting and these issues are coming up, and these tools are brilliant for actually getting a little bit behind what's going on.
One more I love to use, Paul, as well, as figures. So I do a lot of SAM Tray EMDR. You might be able to see the figures there. And if I'm going to go into something particularly challenging, like a meeting or a session or a group with some children, I take a moment to think, what quality do I need to take with me today? So it might be a quality of bravery or strength or calmness. And then I might find something that resembles that quality. So if my quality was, I need to take attunement, I might walk over. Find a 6 symbol. So you could go in your garden, you could find something from nature. And for me, it would be a horse. So yeah, I talked about the attunement of kind of a horse. So I take a moment to connect with that helper that reminds me, because we are all just mirrors for each other, as nature, is a mirror back to us of who we are and what we are. That remind us that all of this exists within us. So I have those qualities within me. And I can take a moment to find where I'd feel that quality in me and to sit with that quality before I go in. So it might be, for me, I wanted today to bring strength because I'd had a little bit of a wobbly morning. So this was what I had next to me before I came. So I sat with that intention. What quality do I need to bring for me, for the children that I'm representing and sharing about? What would show me that? So it comes from the outside in. Where do I find that in me? For me, it's a sense in my heart. How do I connect with that feeling before I go back out into the world? So that's a nice little practical thing.
Please, can I join you in that, for the kind of Zen Buddhist? Yeah, I was listening to a talk the other day, Dr. Larry Ward, but in Buddhism they talk about the 4 nutriments, and it sounds very similar, that there's this idea that because our thinking can shape our experience, if we can use that as a tool and like generate, basically what you said, we can bring in the nutriments that we want for ourselves through what we are bringing to mind through our environment and these kinds of things. So even if we can think about a person that we love deeply, who means a lot to us, just holding that person in our mind can actually start generating, holding a precious object, remembering a memory that brings us joy and peace. Yeah, it's super powerful. Yeah.
It really is. It really is. Yeah. Another lovely thing with that is having feeling finders. So, before you go through the airport, you go through those scanners and you always forget to take off your belt and it beeps and then you have to go back or your gold bangles. That's always my one that kind of shows up. Not gold, they're like brass. So, having those kind of things before you enter a room with kids, it's sort of imagining you can make a little archway and it's just having those feeling finders. So before you walk in, it's beep, 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 beep. What's going on for me? And I do that with kids all the time. I have a little, this is my little feeling finder. I have a little magic wand and we just, as you come in, let's just scan down through the body, kind of see what's showing up right now. Okay. And then I'll just do it for myself. Oh yeah, I notice my mouth feels a little bit dry. Or my heart's beating. Yeah, my heart's beating quite fast. All my toes feel warm. What else is on your desk? Oh, you'd love to see what's on my desk. All sorts of treats.
Okay, well, I think we probably need to finish there, Lucy, but you get a feel for why I was so excited to have Lucy on board here and also on our yoga therapy training starting next year. So if you want to find out more about her, you've got the website right there. She does do various community sessions, which look really interesting as well for those of you who are struggling as parents. And you might be able to join her online, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for your time, Lucy. I'm glad we could overrun a little bit. That was a real pleasure for all of us, and I so look forward to collaborating with you further. It feels like such a beautiful synergy.
Thank you.
And Lucy, if you find out how to get your teenagers to put the lids back on things, you might
let us all know.
I'll let you know.
Okay, so I think we're in a bit of a situation here because we have Lisa has arrived. Lisa, yeah, hi Lisa.
Hi, apologies. I had 1 o'clock down as my timetable, but I just realised it was probably 1 o'clock European time, not 1 o'clock British time.
I thought that was what was going to happen. So
I apologise profusely about that.
That's okay. We've been really good with timing so far, Lisa. So I'm gonna have to ask you just if you could maybe keep it a little shorter than you would have done, and so that we can not mess. I mean, there is, just so everybody knows, there is a rearrangement in the schedule today because Eva Lotta was due to speak at 13:30, but she will no longer be speaking. She'll be speaking tomorrow. And Ina, so where does that leave us, Ina? Because we do have Özge here.
Carlotta, I think we're okay if so we can maybe make our break a little shorter.
Okay. So how long time should we give Lisa then?
I think, what were you planning, Lisa?
20 minutes, wasn't she?
20 minutes. I think
Yeah.
I think we're good with that, if that's okay with Lisa.
Fantastic. Okay, well, let me just introduce Lisa very briefly because Lisa was a student of mine and a friend of mine now, and Lisa has very recently done I think you finished your PhD or you're about
to finish,
which is extraordinary, and is a nurse and has worked as also a yoga teacher, obviously, and has worked a lot with SEN kids using yoga, and that's really her passion and her area of interest, and I believe PhD is around this area as well. So very, very keen to hear Lisa's deep and wide understanding of working using yoga and breath, particularly with SEN kids. So thank you so much, Lisa. Take it away.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, everyone. And as I said, apologies for the delay. I've literally just come back from a yoga class, which is why I asked for the change in the start. And as Charlotta said, I have worked a lot with SEN and neurodivergent young people with yoga, coming from a nursing background, and have seen the benefits of the breath work. So that's what's going to be the focus of the presentation today. So I'll share my screen with you and the presentation.
Do you have the capacity to share? Yeah, you do. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I muted you by mistake, Lisa. Sorry. You need to unmute yourself, Lisa. I muted you by mistake, sorry.
That's okay. Will it do a slideshow? Come on. No. Hang on, if I stop sharing. Oh, hang on. Let me just come out of this.
Presenter view might work. I don't know if presenter view or slideshow from the top.
Hang on, play from start. Here we go. So can you see the presentation now? Everyone?
No, we can't.
No, you can't. Okay.
Could before.
You could before, yeah. Let me stop this then a second. So, click to exit. Can you back up? Okay, all right then. There. Share. Presentation. Share. Here we go. Fantastic. Okay. So I've been asked to present around sort of the power of breath, because I do find it such a very powerful part of the yoga practice for my groups, and for the self-regulation of young people. So that's the topic for the session. And as Charlotta said, I'm a registered nurse, my background, final year of my PhD, a yoga teacher. We worked with Charlotta as a teen yoga teacher and worked quite extensively with teen yoga, and published my work and my style of teaching as well to young people and adults with learning disabilities and those who are neurodivergent. So a very diverse background, and I really do promote the health benefits of the yoga practice. So starting with sort of the overload then, and before we get into the breath work, I mean, if we start by just taking a pause and maybe think back to the times when we become upset, anxious or tearful, and how we felt at that point in time because we couldn't express how we felt, and maybe we thought nobody was listening to us, the words couldn't come out, and that we were stuck in that real frustration element. And that's exactly the way that, you know, young people feel when the brain becomes overwhelmed with, you know, sensory stimulation, emotional or even cognitive, you know, that understanding of what's going on around us. And when that brain becomes overwhelmed, our executive function is overloaded, that fight, flight and freeze element comes in, and we just struggle to switch tasks or make sense of things or even make decisions. And when we can regulate our, you know, that overwhelm, it gives us that sense of control. So we can then share with others how we feel and express our emotions in a more controlled manner so that we feel that people are listening to us. And also regulation helps us to decide which emotions we experience, the intensity, and how we then express what's going on for us. And self-regulation and the ability to regulate any overwhelm is a skill that takes us throughout our lives, not just in sort of relationships, social skills, but also academic as well, because the brain takes a long time to develop this, the ability to understand and to control and regulate our emotions. For people who, or young people who are neurodivergent or have additional learning needs, the development of the parts of the brain that regulate the emotions and sensations can be even more delayed. So therefore there is even increased difficulty in regulating and also verbalizing, explaining how they're feeling and how they can understand and manage this sense of overwhelm. And research has shown that young people who have difficulty to regulate their emotions or their sensory regulation can disengage from learning, have lower academic achievements, poor social connections, and express frustrations via physical behaviours, which are often labelled such as challenging behaviours. And it's not, it's that frustration of being unable to express themselves to the outdoor world. And often we use the 4 R's to help individuals come and regulate sort of those feelings and those senses of overwhelm. And yes, we look at achieving a sense of calm state through soothing activities such as yoga, building connections so that a young person can feel safe. And then allowing them the independence and the autonomy to reflect, to name their feelings, and maybe look at the tools that they can use to help them regulate. But only once they've found that element and that sense of calm can they then reason. Because until you've come to that point, that stage, that young person isn't at that point of being able to express that learning or how they feel. So that sense of calm needs to be brought into the situation. And from these 4 R's, from a practical perspective, I prefer these 4, which is the ability to recognise as the emotions as they arise, respond, and how the individual responds, getting them to reappraise, or think about the way that they dealt with the situation, and then reflect on how it worked. And as a nurse, I found this this lovely picture, which I think could easily be a teacher, it could easily be a student, but actually it's a nurse who's recognised that they're in a stressful situation. They've taken themselves away from the situation. They've gone to sit in their car. They're using their breath work, blowing bubbles, which I use in my yoga classes. And although this is used as some people who go for a stress relief because they go for a cigarette, which isn't a very healthy activity, but we can use blowing bubbles as a real healthy activity to help to de-stress, and it's and to help to regulate. And it really does act as a great visualization to have those few moments away from the stressful situation, connect back with the breath, and allow the vagus nerve to come into its work to help to calm the body down, to shift the body from that fight situation, fight and flight, so it's back into the restorative place in the body. And then how does yoga fit into this? Because yoga is multidimensional, and and Teen Yoga have clearly identified how yoga comes and helps our teenagers, not only with self-regulation, with fitness, awareness, spirituality, and global functionality. It's the self-regulation that's become quite key as we've sort of work into this post COVID environment, because the amount of anxiety that young people are experiencing has increased significantly, and teaching them the skills for self-regulation and giving them the control back is the way forward into the future. So looking at the power of breath, so we're taking that connection of that vagus nerve from respiration, the heart and the brain. The vagus nerve being the 10th cranial nerve, one of the higher nerves in the body. It controls our breath, so it works with the parasympathetic and switches it to the sympathetic from the sympathetic to the parasympathetic nervous system. So we're going from the very active sympathetic or non-sympathetic, as we often call it, because it drives that fight and that flight system, and the parasympathetic brings us back into that restorative system. So it lowers the heart rate and reduces the adrenaline and the cortisol, so the fighting high stress hormones in the body, and increases the production of the hormones that bring us about to bring some calmness. So we're looking at our serotonin and our oxytocin, the happy hormones that they're often referred to. So the vagus nerve really does help in bringing that power back into the individual, because they control their own breathing. And we can look at a couple of tools that you've probably worked with already. So I was going to focus on our square breath, a couple of different types of tools that I use. The use of the 4-4-4-4, so 4 inhale, 4 hold, 4 exhale, and 4 hold again, because this sequence gives the individual that sense of control. By placing the hands on the abdomen, it enables them to feel that breath. The pause brings in that element of self-awareness and focus, because during the pause, we have that stillness in the body, that complete stillness. There's no movement, the breath is held. And at that time, young people can actually maybe feel their heart rate slowing down. They have that sense of awareness that comes with that control of the breath. And then the exhale, the pause, and the inhale. So this really helps to ground young people, give them that sense of control. And it doesn't have to be a very visual breathing tool, because we can use our index finger to trace any square on any textbook, any phone, any journal, anything. It's there, it's available. It's a tool that can be used off the mat. And that's what I teach a lot of my young people, is not just something for in the yoga class, but something that can be taken outside, that helps them in real life situations. And for some of the young people who are neurodivergent, who have attention difficulties, it's using tools that they have, whether that be the stress balls, whether it's stress unicorn that one of my individuals has, the beads, or even the blister packs. It's using the breath, maybe for one squeeze of the stress balls, you inhale and then release as you exhale, but bringing in that slowness to allow the individual to calm down and to find that element of self-regulation. The same with the beads, very much like our mala beads. I mean, we're not going to use 108 beads in with a young person as a tool outside of a yoga class, but actually a beaded bracelet can work just as effectively by inhaling on one bead, exhaling on the next, inhaling and exhaling as many times as the young person wants to find that sense of calm until they feel that they've got that element of regulation. And the same with the blister packs, pressing one for inhale and pressing another for exhale. So slow movements to bring that element, use the breath to bring that element of relaxation and calm back to the body. And also looking at sounds. So the Satanama meditation is a great one for young people to use, again, off the mat. We focus on things that we use as tools on the mat, which are wonderful meditations, but actually individually using these fingers and pressing them as you make the sa, ta, na, ma sounds is a wonderful tool that young people can use, again, discreetly, on the bus, in school, with their hands maybe on their lap. It's there for them to use to bring them focus. so they can slow the breath with each sense of touch and each vowel. And if these words aren't something that's applicable to them, if that's something that actually doesn't fit with them, some of my my table tennis group that I teach like to use table tennis. So, you know, it's whatever suits them. It's whatever works. Those, you know, it could be positive affirmations. I am confident. You know, it's whatever they think can help them. But it's a tool that can be used off the mat and help the young people to find that point for regulation. So yoga, and in particular the breath work, it does develop self-awareness of our physical body, the sensations, the thoughts, emotions, and it's there to help us regulate our emotions, which learning as a young teenager, as a young person, can then take us throughout our entire life. They're tools for a lifetime. And learning these skills and techniques help to support us to manage our feelings and to regulate and to ground us and to stop them escalating, so that we don't lose maybe the time in school, in education, or in training. The young person can bring themselves back by using these tools so that they're back and engaged in their learning or in their social environment. And practicing yoga brings a variety of invaluable skills, not just the breath work as I've talked about today, but also to the physical work with the asana, and helps to regulate our emotions in our daily lives. So I'd like to thank you for your time. Apologies, I was hoping to do a couple of exercises, but thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Thank you so much, Lisa. That was wonderful. I think it's such a simple tool, the breath, isn't it? I mean, when we work with young people, to suggest to them when you're standing at the bus stop, when you're on the bus stop, when you're on the bus, when you're in your exam room, when you're in the classroom and somebody's annoying you, this is something you can just do and nobody will notice.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a very powerful tool. I think it's really wonderful that you put the spotlight on that, actually. Does anyone have any questions for Lisa? Or was that pretty comprehensive? Fits in nicely with everything that was spoken about earlier today, Lisa, so that's great.
Good.
We were thinking of actually having a little break now, so if you wanted to guide us in some breathing practices, for those who want to hang on and learn from you, that would be great. So Ina, what time are we, or Paul, what time are we coming back, just so that everybody knows? We'll have a break
At 2 o'clock.
Okay, so we'll, that's 1 o'clock UK time. So we've got 20 minutes. So Lisa, if you'd like to guide us in a 5-minute breath practice, if you
Can
feel
I
like
ask a quick question, please?
Yes,
before...
of course. I didn't see
Oh,
you
thanks.
that
Hi, Charlotte. Yeah, sorry, I just kind of waved a tiny bit. Thank you so much, Lisa. I found that so interesting. I just wanted to ask, it sounds like you work a lot with children with special educational needs or disabilities and neurodivergence.
Yeah.
Do you find with breath work that can ever be triggering for them? You have to hold back. Does it play a part in them being able to, if you're doing like a 4-part breath, I can imagine sometimes that might be quite difficult for people. How do you navigate, in particular with neurodivergent children? My youngest son is neurodivergent and he responds quite well to breath work, even though he's only 3 actually. But with teenagers, I was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit on that, please.
No, that's a lovely question, actually. That's perfect. It's about getting to know your class and to know the people that are in the class with you, which can change from day to day, week by week. So what I would normally do is plan a simple breath work, just a simple grounding with both hands on the abdomen to feel the movement of the breath. And as I get to know the group, then explore the different types of breath. So I then bring in the not more complex breaths, but the more that maybe aren't quite so visible or tangible. So normally I would start off with maybe some use of the bubbles, such as we've seen, or scarves, getting them to hold scarves and blow into the scarves so they can see their breath move in, and then use my yoga card. So we always use a yoga card. I've got we always got a yoga card with some picture on, and then get them to follow the card and trace the card. So it might not be a 4, it might only be maybe a 1 or 2, but it actually the win in that situation isn't the 4-part breath. The win is actually getting them to trace the card as they breathe in and out. And that's the sort of acknowledgement of them being able to follow the instruction to be able to do that. And then as the group become more familiar with the different breathing patterns that you use, then to become more with sort of maybe a 4, but then I would count with them. So I would say in your mind, count to 4, and I will count with you. So we count, so they know when we're breathing in for 4, we're holding, and I count to 4, and when we breathe out. So it's guiding them and doing it with them. But I always start with some very simple breathing techniques, but always very visual, so that they respond better when they can see, rather than things that you're asking them to feel. And sometimes getting that ability to feel, if they haven't got that visual connection, can sometimes be quite a challenge. So
I think it's understood in what you're saying there, Lisa, given that you know your profession as a nurse, or all your professional life is that you're incredibly attuned to your students and your young people wherever you are in whatever situation. And I think maybe what Lisa's picking up on here, which is a really important point, is that we can't go into large groups in scenarios of like 30 kids in a room and asking them to do breathing practices that are quite complex or difficult with Kumbhaka, with holds. If we don't know, if we're not attuned, we don't know what's going on for them. I think this is where this conversation is going, and I think that's a really important point to make in this group here, to just clarify that I think when we have a small controlled group who we are attuned to, we understand their needs, we understand what's going on for them emotionally, then we can explore various breathing techniques in this wonderful way that you explain, and slowly but surely build that up. But I think in a large group, that's not something that we would do, and that would be something that we would not advocate.
Yeah, and the groups that I tend to work with tend to be smaller in number, rather than a class of say 30 or 40. They do generally tend to be sort of more 10 to 12 people in the class. And Charlotte is right, you don't know what you're going into, so it is taking the simpler breathing techniques and quite visual, until you can work with the individual to get that sort of emotional
This is something
connection.
that you've underlined a lot, Lisa, in your previous talks about this, isn't it? How the SEN group really needs that visual cue, and that's such an important. That's where the engagement starts to happen, is when they see something and then they copy. That's the entry point, if you like. Beautiful.
That's so helpful. Thank you so much.
No,
great.
Thank you.
Anyone have any other questions for Lisa? Lucy's got to leave now, so she's going to leave us during the break. So just goodbye and thank you to Lucy. Well, I mean, if nobody has any more questions, then Lisa, would you be happy to lead a breathing session?
Yeah, absolutely.
For those who fancy it, and those who fancy just taking a break and getting some fresh air or having a cup of tea, feel free. There's no obligation, and we'll come back together. I'll just say on the hour, because there's quite a few of us in the UK who are like, what's going on here? So on the hour, which could be 1 o'clock, could be 2 o'clock, depending on where you are, we will come back together. But if you'd like to enjoy a lovely breathing session with Lisa, I highly recommend her therapeutics. They're lovely. Okay.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for your very important presentation and offering there, Lisa. I really appreciated it.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Lucy. So for anybody who is staying, thank you. And I will go back to the square breath, because I think that's such a lovely tool that we can take to the young people. So I'll invite you to place both your hands on your abdomen. Okay, take a comfortable seat. If you want to close your eyes, you can, or if you prefer to focus on something slightly ahead, that's entirely up to you. But taking in a nice an inhale through the nose, and then exhaling through the mouth. Obviously, if you've got a blocked nose, inhaling and exhaling through the mouth. And we'll do that a couple of times to invite that relaxation in as we exhale. That's it. So if we've all been a little bit tense, involved in all the sessions this morning, so allow the body to find its comfy position, sit back, maybe relax, while we connect with the breath and take that focus inwards before we come into that 4-part breath. And if you are a visual person and you want to visualize a square in your mind, or if you prefer to look at maybe a square in front of you, either whatever is right for you, we'll use those tools. So imagine that we're coming into this 4-part breath, where we are coming into the 4th breath. And I will count to 4 for the inhale, the pause for 4, the 4 for exhale, and the pause for the breath as it's outside of the body. And when we come into the pause, I want you to notice what's happening in the body. So maybe you can feel your heart beating as we're in that point of stillness. So as you're coming into those different parts, notice how your body feels in those 4 different parts of the breath. And when we teach breath work, we don't, as yoga teachers or teachers, often we don't actually experience this. So this is a wonderful opportunity for us all to sort of acknowledge and feel how our body is when we do this breath work as well. So on the next inhale, I'll count to 4, okay? So as you breathe in, on the inhale, breathe in, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, inhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, inhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, inhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, inhale, 2, 3, 4, pause, 2, 3, 4, exhale, 2, 3, 4, and pause, 2, 3, 4. And carry on this round of counting 3 more times in your mind, acknowledging what's going on and how your body feels, and noticing that breath and that level of control and what that brings to your body and your mind. And then when you've finished those 3 rounds, return back to your normal breathing pattern and notice the change. Maybe you can feel that how different the pause is. Maybe you can feel that pause a bit more. But as you return back to that normal breath, maybe bringing the awareness back into the body, and then slowly maybe opening your eyes and bringing in a little bit of movement. That's it, as you wriggle those fingers and toes, yeah, having a stretch, or maybe sort of rubbing the hands together, either covering your eyes, or actually what my groups today have had some lovely warm hands on necks today, because it's cold in the UK, believe it or not. Today, yeah, bringing in that little bit of warmth, and then to the hands, and then onto the eyes as well. Just bring that little bit of heat and warmth. And thank you all for joining me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Very, very nice to have you here. Lovely to speak to you.
Oh, thank you for inviting me.
Oh, pleasure, pleasure. Okay, everybody, we'll come back in 6 minutes for what's very exciting is actually hearing from the young people themselves about, you know, all this oddness that we're offering them and what they think about it and what their barriers to entry were and how they feel about it now after the summer school, which I'm sure will be very interesting. And it's people from all over the world. We have people from Turkey and Romania and all over. So hopefully that will be of interest to you to finish off the day. Thank you so much. Take a break. See you soon.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. That was a quick break. So, this is the opportunity we get to speak to everybody who was involved in our summer program. Well, not everybody, but a group of young people who were there, and that includes Özge, thankfully, and Alex, thankfully, I think, and Nicola. Ina, is there anyone else I'm expecting? I couldn't remember. I think there was somebody else.
Eliana, but she might not be in yet.
Okay.
And
Is that
Eleni.
Özge's there? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Özge. Hello. Hi, Özge. And hi,
Hi.
Nicola. Great.
And
Well,
Eleni as well. I just
oh yes,
see.
Eleni should be here. So that we should have Eleni, Özge, Nicola, and Alex. I thought I saw Alex, but is he gone again or?
He was there.
He was
so
there. He was there.
he
Sometimes
might just have a short break.
Oh, exactly. I'm a bit punctual, a bit too punctual for people. Anyway, I think we should get started because I know there's lots to be said about this topic and it would be a shame to miss the opportunity. We're going to carry on for 40 minutes, so we've got lots of time to talk to each and every one of you. I would love to start by just sharing a little bit about what happened in the summer, because some of you won't know that yet, and I think it's important that we just sort of, I'm going to spotlight myself so you can see me a bit more clearly, so you understand what we're referring to. So the Ready project involved 3 countries, Ireland, Sweden and Slovenia, coming together to create a project that brought restorative practice and yoga to young people in order to help them become ready for anything. So ready for a project, ready for relationships, ready for life, I suppose. And we tested it and tried it in our various countries, and we ran new workshops with youth workers who then went out to run it with their young people, and then they fed back and we adjusted it and we changed it and we adjusted it. And then we went to Slovenia in May, June, to deliver it to a group of young people and youth workers in Slovenia. And we had a 5-day program, which was run by Jonathan, me, and Ida, primarily giving workshops based on yoga and restorative practice. And we spent little bits of time in small groups, and we spent times in bigger groups trying out various methodologies to see how they would land with the young people and then get feedback again. So this is really an iterative process with a lot of feedback from young people. And then we kept in touch on WhatsApp with these young people who came from all different countries in Europe. It was a really good spread. And so some of them are here today to just talk to us about that experience. And I just wanted to really hand over to Özge first, because we weren't sure whether Özge could make it. So I'm very happy to see Özge. Obviously, I'm happy to see everybody, but I'm very happy to see Özge.
Thank you so much.
And she's in Turkey.
Yes.
And so Özge, first of all, how did you find out about the Ready project? I think that's an important point to bring across to people. How do we sort of let people know about these things?
How did I find this project, you mean?
Yeah. How did you know about it?
I'm in some of the groups on Telegram for the Erasmus Plus projects, and I was like following all the projects. But the good thing is that my friend that time, he saw that and he knows that I was doing sometimes yoga, and he sent me this project, and he said that it will be really great if we apply for this project together. But everyone knows that I got selected. He couldn't get selected.
Oh,
And
yes.
he's not talking with me anymore.
I'm so sorry.
So dramatic. I don't know if
Big
this
drama.
happened.
Yeah. So so tell me, first of all, are you at university, are you at school, are you at college? What's your situation at home?
I'm in the university. I'm studying business administration. This is my third year. I'm focusing on marketing and consumer behavior. Basically, we are trying to force people to buy more.
Yeah, I get the picture. I get the picture. Okay, so so you came on this project, and I remember very vividly the moment you sat down and you saw Liana, and Liana saw you, and it took about how long before you started chatting? 2 seconds?
Yeah, less than 2 seconds.
And then how friendly did you become with Liana?
Actually, right now she's one of my best friends. I don't know how this happened. She came Istanbul. I met with her in my own country, and like it's so incredible because we were in there just like 4 days, and we know everything about each other.
It was beautiful to watch your burgeoning friendship there.
Yeah.
So you came on this project, and how did you feel when you first met everybody before the bus? What was your feeling about it? Do you remember?
At the first, I felt really safe, but this is one of the first project of mine that age gap is that much clear. So at the first, I was confused, and I thought that it's gonna be a little bit boring, but it wasn't at all because you people also you were kind of like my age, but not in the same age, but the energy was like that. You know what I mean?
I understand what you mean. So there was a sort of young energy about it, which people,
Yeah, I didn't feel judged. No one say to me, you're doing this wrong or something. There wasn't a bossy behavior. It was just like supporting a lot. And that support made me cry.
I remember several times it made you cry. It was beautiful actually to see that closeness so quickly. And so then we arrived, we took the bus trip, and then you arrived at the place, at this beautiful place. And what was your feeling when you got there? I think you rearranged the room situation, didn't you? So you could share with Liane.
Yes, actually, I felt really comfortable because in some projects they don't choose the place really clearly. They just focus on like making profit money, or just like they didn't in my other projects they didn't care that much about accommodation. Usually, I shared the room. I can say that like in Greece, I shared my room with 20 people. It was in the past. It was a Ukrainian refugee room, so we stayed in that room. But I mean, you choose really great place, and also the great thing is that we really ate healthy food, not all the time potato. This is also different.
Okay, so we've got the first impressions from you, Özge. We're going to move on, and we're going to come back to you in a second and talk exactly about the project as well. But I think it's quite cool to get those first impressions because I was watching you and I saw this happen. It was so beautiful. So Alex, I see we have you, and Eleni, we have you with us from Greece. I think it's a little sunnier in Greece than it is we had snow today in England. So Eleni, I remember when you came too, I was just discussing with Özge how happy she was to meet Liana, do you remember, at the cafe? And you were slightly quieter when you first arrived. What was your first impression of everybody when they arrived at the cafe? Do you remember?
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Actually, I'm not in Greece. I'm in Portugal for Erasmus,
Oh,
5
yes.
months.
Oh, that's right.
And it's one of the very few days that it's sunny here. It's raining all day long, unfortunately. I can't adapt to that. And those are my regular glasses. They're not sunglasses. Sorry if you can't see my eyes, but if I take them off, I won't be able to see well.
Oh, don't worry, it's fine.
So I'm really happy to see you all. I've been waiting for this so long. I remember I was the last that arrived, I think.
Yeah.
Or yeah. And everyone was on the group, and I felt kind of okay, what's going on? Because it was my first time traveling abroad on my own, my first Erasmus project ever, and I didn't know what to expect. But the moment I stepped in, everyone made me feel like home, literally like home. Never felt like that ever before anywhere else. and everyone was so charming and warm, and I felt so welcome.
Oh, that's a wonderful response. Thank you, Eleni. I see we have Liana here as well. Liana, where are you? I saw you sending hearts, but there she is.
Hi,
Hey, Liana.
I'm actually also in a different Erasmus in Ireland right now.
Oh, you're in Ireland.
Yeah,
Hey.
so I had to hop out of the meeting real quick to join you. So I'm sorry for being late a bit.
Don't worry. So Liana normally is in Lithuania?
Latvia. It's a
Sorry,
different
I get them
country.
mixed up. I'm sorry. So Özge just told about the sort of love story between you and her when you met, and we were just got
Yeah.
that picture. So, and then you arrived at the place, and you guys got to share a room. I think you reorganized something, so you got to share a room, and you were really happy there at the place. Do you remember?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. I already remember seeing her. I don't know if Özge told about this already, but I remember seeing her in the bus from Zagreb to
Oh yeah, that's right.
Ljubljana. Yes, so I looked at her. I was like, oh, this might be someone from the project because I had seen her profile picture on WhatsApp before. So, and I thought, oh, she looks really cool. Like, I want to talk to her. And we ended up spending all the time together, basically.
You did. You're inseparable. It was great. So you had a great experience. Well, right from the off the bat, which I think is really important. Our first impressions of things. Yeah. Alex, you're here as well. I can't see you, but I saw you a minute ago. Where are you? There you are. Hey,
Hi everyone, nice to
Alex
see you
is from
again. Nice to meet you
Romania
all.
normally.
How are you
Yeah.
feeling?
So
I hope
Alex, your first impression when you first came to Ljubljana and you met everybody, what was your impression of the group?
so.
What was
I had
happening?
like very mixed feelings because this project to me it came out of the blue. Like all the time, I wanted to like go in a project, this kind of project, where you're like basically far away from all the rush of the city, of the crowded city, and so on. Because in the past 12 years, all the time, this is my biggest weakness. I'm chasing too many rabbits, and all the time
Yes.
I'm in the rush. I'm all the time doing something. And yeah, I didn't expect to enjoy so much a project where it's taking a part in not so crowded city or in the not so crowded area. I used to do and to practice all this kind of well-being and yoga and these practices during the pandemic because it was the moment when I was just like as everyone else was locked down. So that was the moment. What can I say? The first impression was the nicest thing. It was that each one of us was from like a different country, and it was such a really nice mix of mindsets, of practices, a cultural exchange. It was amazing. It was amazing to meet so many people in the same time. I was a little bit anxious because I didn't find you in the park in the first place, and I didn't know exactly. Usually, when you go in an Erasmus project, it's easier to like start talking to your own country. But here I was like a little bit out of the box because I didn't know with who should I start talking with. The venue was amazing, was really nice. Everything we've done was really nice. The place, the accommodation, Slovenia is amazing. Like I'm really planning to
Beautiful
go
country, isn't it?
I'm planning to go with a long-term EAC in Slovenia. I really fell in love.
Very
Is in my top favorite country so far.
Oh, that's great. So we're going to carry
it
on a
was
little
nice.
bit more now, Alex. Sorry to interrupt you, but I want to make sure everybody gets lots of space to speak. So we'll come
Yeah.
back to you in a second, if that's okay. So unusually for an EU project, we also had an English woman with us, and that was Nicola, who said, please, 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 can I come? Is this possible? And we asked the commission, and they said, well, yes, actually, for this part of it, it is. So Nicola came along. As somebody who actually is working with youth, actually in Somerset, so not far from where I am. And so, Nicola, what was it that drew you to this particular project?
Well, I haven't really had, I haven't been on a retreat like that where you're training and having the chance to regulate yourself at the same time for a long time. So my friends, it's a similar situation where a friend saw it, but thankfully she didn't try and go with me like in Özge's situation. She just saw it and she went, you work with young people. And I thought, I'll give it a go. And then I was really chuffed, obviously, to get in because I didn't think that I would be able to, given that I'm from the UK. But yeah, I was really happy to come because it's about, obviously any opportunity where you get to deepen your knowledge is always a win. So being a mindfulness coach and working with youth, I think it's also really important, like linking into what we've been listening to earlier today, that we have a chance to do our own self-care. So it was like a chance for me to have some self-care. Also, I ended up having a bad bike crash a couple of weeks before, so I really needed to have some time to recharge. But then also to deepen my understanding in certain areas, particularly around the yoga aspect. And I'm sure you'll ask some questions about how we've used the tools. So it was kind of like a bit of a deeper knowledge and also self-care, and a really nice opportunity to have a bit of a refresh, seeing different people from across the world rather than being my little bubble in Somerset with my little back and forth to school and stuff.
I think that was always at the core of the project, was that we wanted to make sure that the youth workers were taking care of themselves. That was always the first focus, as well as, you know, the focus on bringing wellness to young people. So let's move on then to the next area of questions, which is really about, so what did you learn, you know? And starting with Eleni, because Eleni has a tendency to be a little bit quieter. So I want to start with Eleni. What did you learn on this training that you were surprised about, or that you really remember, or that you thought that's something that I want to incorporate in my life?
First, thanks for pointing it out, because I feel that I'm really a person that communicates a lot with others, but sometimes I tend to draw the attention on myself, in my inner self, and I don't like that. Thanks for, you know, letting me know. I'm trying to change that little by little. The thing that I really like was that we always felt grounded. It's something that we really miss in everyday life. You were always checking with us, and you made sure that your priority, actually, everyone could tell your priority was to make us feel good. And if we weren't good, you would find a way just to make us feel a little bit better, at least. And that, I think, is what stuck with me until the end. And the venue and the organization and the food, everything was.
The food
Thank
was
you so
pretty
much.
incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was important to us. It was an actual conscious, obviously, decision that we need to be in a place that's helpful for our well-being, and that the food needs to be also helpful for our well-being in terms of keeping us calm and keeping us well. And food is such an important part of that we sometimes forget. So thank you for mentioning that. And in terms of so what you're really referring to there is a sort of attunement, and that we were checking in with you guys. We all had somebody assigned to us that we would like be kind of checking in on, and that you were really aware of that, and that made you feel comfortable. And Ozga said that as well. She felt safe and felt comfortable. So that's really cool that came across. And so moving to Liana, because I know, Liana, you haven't got that much time, but so I just wanted to make sure that we make the most of you while you're here. If you can put your phone. What did you think? What did you learn from the actual project that you thought, oh, I'd like to use that in my life? That was
I think for me it was mostly the breathing techniques, because I also do find myself being quite anxious from time to time. So. And breathing is something you can do anytime, anywhere, and it's, you know, for free. So I think that has really helped me with, like, also calming me and the youth I work with, like calming down. And also another thing I found really interesting is your guys' approach on participation, and the fact that you said if you don't feel comfortable, you don't have to, which kind of made me think like, oh, there's also this option not to participate if I don't feel comfortable, because I'm kind of, in my life, I'm kind of used to like just having to do it, going for it, even if I don't feel like it. So it also puts some things into perspective for me.
That's a really interesting point, which nobody's made before, Liana. And I think that really feeds back to something which one of the speakers was mentioning. I can't remember who now, it'll come to me in a minute, about how a lot of our life as a young person is about obedience. you know, and it's
Yeah.
about towing the line. And I think Alex brought this up when we were there, as like, you know, the older generation are very much about do what I say, you know, and then at school it's do what I say, and then we go to college it's do like this. But to be given an option can feel quite liberating, and can feel quite
Yeah.
everybody sees you sort of thing. And that's something you brought into your youth work, so that's really powerful. And the breathing was easy to remember and easy to bring into your work.
Yeah.
That's great, and into your life. And I think there seems to be a connection there between what do we do in our own life for ourselves and what do we bring to the young person. It's like, this worked for me,
Yeah.
so it'll work for them. And that's authentic then, isn't it? Because it's something that
Yeah.
you're doing. Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much. And how about you, Özge? Was there anything, are you working with young people at the moment or not? Because you're studying, so you're probably not working with young people, but what is there any particular practice that you learned on the Ruddy project that you use every day, or you've taught other people that you think was useful or fun or enjoyable?
I think for an example, I can say that last month I was in Malta for a project. The subject was not related, but we work with the primary school children. So we did a workshop for them. It was about the media literacy. But before that, if we want from them to listen us, at the first we have to make them feel comfortable. So that's why we did some energizers, and in that energizers we did this. Do you remember, like, there was a guy, I don't remember his name, but he was saying, like, doing something with his body, like for the refreshing.
Tapping. Yeah.
Yes, we did
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
We did that with the
Oh, you're frozen. Yeah.
children, and I felt like relieved. They feel comfortable, and we did the practices very well. And it was a good thing for me to using these practices not just in my personal life, also in the another projects with the children. This is really amazing because at the first, if I say to them, right now we're gonna breathe, it will be like funny. But when we do this in practice, they understand how they felt, how they relieve. So this is really incredible. Usually in the Erasmus projects, I'm using the breathing techniques in the energizers, and most of the people, they like it.
Oh, that's great. So that's something that you're continuing to work on. That's fantastic. How about you, Eleni? Is there anything practical that you took from the course that you thought, that's something I want to work on, or that's something I want to bring into my life or share with others?
I shared with some of my students that have learning difficulties, and one of them has like deeply learning difficulties. You know, there is a range. I proposed to her the breathing technique with the palm, with the fingers, and she liked it.
Sorry, carry on.
No, it's okay. And then the tapping as well was really helpful for me as well. Every time I feel anxious, I just tap a little bit my face and my shoulders. I'm like, okay, now we can start over. And the palm on the heart and the belly also helps me a lot.
The hand on the heart and the belly, yeah. So the breathing exercises seem to be something that we can take with us in all different scenarios, and that's really helpful. Yeah, great. How about you, Alex? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm right here. I just turned off the camera because my internet connection is now working
Oh, don't worry about
100%
that.
properly.
That's fine.
Okay, so regarding
What
to your
did
question,
you remember from the project that you really loved, or that you would like to do again, or that you do more of, or share with other people or something?
what really inspired me in this project, it was the idea that also young people and more experienced people, they can do these practices every day. As an example, in our country, in Romania, they're like, oh, okay, you need a lot of money to do this. And as an example, this summer, I didn't practice that much. I kept the playing cards that we got at the end of the summer. So I just used those cards because I moved out to the States during the summer. And over there, they're like, oh, okay, only the high class people, they can do these practices. What's really interesting is, okay, so we had these very intense days, 4 or 5 days in the project, and we still remember the benefits. So now I was thinking, okay, if we basically if we do this kind of micro dosing idea of, okay, let's practice every day just a little bit. We don't have to spend the whole day, but maybe 10, 15 days every day, you can see the benefits and the improvement of your well-being day by day, if it makes any kind of sense. So yeah, I was just talking to us, now in the messages. I haven't practiced them so much since I came back, because I was like, okay, I was in a rush the whole summer and now I'm just like stuck at home. I didn't expect that. So I was thinking, okay, maybe in the morning, instead of, okay, doing the overthinking stuff, we can do something more good for your well-being and your mental health.
That's a fantastic response, actually. Very insightful, Alex. This concept of microdosing, I'm going to use that. And it feels like what you're saying is sort of democratizing something that's been perceived to be for rich people, for people who've got money, for people who belong to yoga studios or whatever, but actually it's not. It's for anybody who fancies it, and you can just do it at home in your front room. And that's really very, very cool that you feel that way, and that's exactly how I wanted you to feel. That's fantastic. And Nicola, have you had any chance to share any of this with your young people? Is there anything particular that you would like to share with young people who have done that's been a success here in the UK?
Well, I've got a retreat coming up in a few weeks where I'm going to weave in some of the team yoga and the energy check-ins into that, because it's like a resilience retreat for children. The breathing techniques I already knew, but I really valued practicing again, actually. It was almost like a confidence boost for me. But I would say the chakra protection has been so helpful. So when I turn up at a school, I always make sure when I'm sat in my car before I get into the school, I do that first. So I basically get myself into a state where I don't absorb any of the children's energy or the teacher's energy, so that I'm totally protected. And the same applies when I do my parent talks, because there's a lot of emotions that come from the parents. So it's really been, and in my personal life as well, when I see certain family members, if I know they're likely to trigger me, then before I see them, I'll do the bubble. It's been really helpful.
I mean, this is so interesting, because this was an element that sort of just came up towards the end of our practice, where we were like, is there anything you'd like to more, like with Ida and I were offering a session at on the last day, and is there anything else you'd like to learn about? And it came up at that point, how do we protect ourselves from bad energy and difficult, and Eva Lotta was there as well, and I remember you saying, yes, this is really important for me, and Jonathan said the same thing. This is really important. How do I remain positive and optimistic and energetic when everybody around me is traumatized and having a difficult time, and actually projecting that onto me? And that is such a common question. It's such an important thing to learn about, and often it's taken to be something a little bit sort of almost like a secret. And it's interesting, because before you guys came on, Lucy was talking about that she also has practices like this, that she's going into a situation as a psychotherapist with traumatized youth, and she has to protect herself or bring into that session, bring something that nurtures her to help her through that session. So I'm really pleased that was something that resonated with you, Nicola, and helps you do your job even better than you're already doing. I think that's really hopeful to me. So I think, I would love to make sure that we have time, for others to come in and ask questions on these topics as well. But just opening the question to those who were in Slovenia, those students in Slovenia, how do you see this sort of project rolling out? I mean, can you imagine this as something helpful to young people and youth going forwards in your country? And how do you think that we can help young people with this going forwards? I'd love to hear what your vision for the future might be. Has anybody got any thoughts on that? I know, Leonie, are you trained to become a teacher? Is that right? An English teacher, Leonie?
Actually, I wouldn't. That's not a dream of mine. It's just I'm teaching some children because my degree is supposed to be like that. My parents want me to do that. I want to be honest, but while I'm doing it, I'm trying to make the best out of it and get as much experience as I can concerning educational domain. And the kids that I'm teaching are really happy with me, the parents as well, and I'm happy to have them in my life as well.
Mm. So what do you see, the things that you've learned in the Ready project, do you see them moving forward anyway for young people? Do you see you sharing that going forward? Do you see a future for those sort of, this sort of project within work with young people at all?
Yes, I think that everyone needs it in Greece and in general globally. What really matters, unfortunately, these days is the fund, the money, you know. And if we overcome this obstacle, it would be a marvelous idea to implement it in the school program and even as an extracurricular activity.
Mm-hmm. What do you think it would bring to the young people? What do you think it would bring to the community?
Solution. I think that everyone's today asking lots of questions, waiting for solutions. Everyone's struggling to find a solution to their problem. Now that we're talking about mental health, let's say, lots of people feel troubled and they're trying to find a way to get out of their problems. So I think that everyone's, as I said, asking for a solution, and that would be you know,
That'd be something
a gateway, an exit to all this misery and depression that is coming.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful response. Thank you, Eleni. Does
Thank
everybody
you.
else feel the same way? Özge, do you feel that this could be useful in any way?
I think yes, and I have an idea, but maybe you already thought about it. Do you consider to do this project as a training course or youth exchange? Because I think this has to continue with the teenagers.
Oh, thank you, Özge. Well, I mean, with people like you saying things like that, it's very inspiring for us. You know, literally, if you guys were sitting there going, "Oh, sorry, I can't remember, was it we did in June?" Then I'd be thinking we did something wrong. But if you're sitting there going, "Actually, this is the solution," then yes, then I'm saying to you, yes, we're available. We'll make it happen. So that's fantastic. If people like you, Özge, feel this is relevant, then I think definitely there's a future for it. So thank you for mentioning that, really. And Alex, how about you? What do you think about this project and what it offered for young people going forward? Do you feel that it could make a difference to communities?
So I totally agree with the girls and their responses. I also think when it comes to the, let's say, younger generations and the youngsters around me, besides the new editions and the coming further editions of this project, I would also think would be like really interesting to use, let's say, the social media apps. As an example, I was thinking right now, so there are these whatever very famous Get Ready With Me videos. I was thinking, okay, maybe we can do some like, okay, 10 minutes yoga with me every week, like just a short video, because younger generations, they want benefits and opportunities for free if it's possible and fast. So I was thinking maybe using a little bit of social media tools to like mix the idea of well-being, these practices, so you can practice them wherever you are on this planet. I think would be like really nice as a side quest of the project.
Keep talking to us, guys. You know, we're here. We're open ears. You know, if you have ideas, we would be very, very excited to make them happen. So if you guys are up for something like this, keep speaking to us on the WhatsApp. You know, Özge, Eleni, Liana, Alex, all of you really, because I think we want to do that. So yeah, thank you, Alex. That was a really interesting idea, and I know it's something you mentioned in Slovenia as well. The idea of an app and bringing it in, you know, to people's phones. I think that's really powerful. I want to make sure that we have a little bit of time for questions as well, because obviously, what a wonderful opportunity to chat. I think Liana's had to go, but I think we've got still got Eleni, Özge, Alex, and Nicola who were in Slovenia. Has anyone got any questions they'd like to ask them? I'm feeling Kat might have, but I don't know.
That's good. There's a frequency going on.
Yeah.
I am, but my father's just started a tractor, so I might need to go indoors. I was catching some sunshine, because excessive screen time does funny things to my brain.
Yeah, for sure. Me too.
So I actually, well, it might turn into a question. Let's find out. I actually just wanted to share something back to Eleni, and just that I was really touched by the wisdom in what you just sort of felt. Oh, Papa, hang on.
I can't.
My daddy
I can't
doing
hear,
daddy
I
things.
can't hear any background noise.
Oh, you can't? Okay,
No,
great. Well done,
it's
Zoom.
picking up. Thank you.
Bless him. Yeah, no, I just wanted to, yeah, reflect that in a culture that has created what we call a mental health care system, and a system of diagnostic labels, and a system of really seeking to understand problems from a really good place, because, you know, obviously people are seeking to understand these problems to make sense of them. There is evidence emerging now that the problem-focused orientation of things sometimes can be challenging in the longer run. That you know, in my experience working in CAMHS for many years, I often had patients who'd been in therapy for a very, very long time and had accumulated many diagnoses and were on a few different medications, and you know, got to a certain point where they were just feeling really hopeless and saying, God, you know, if I'm this broken, if I'm this ill, how am I ever going to enjoy life? And so there is a shift occurring now, where some young people like yourself are saying, hang on a second, what about thinking about the things that are well in us?
Like things that work, yeah.
And building the things that are well, which will, by the nature of doing that, will help the things that are challenging feel a bit less challenging. So it's not denying the existence of difficulties,
Absolutely.
and I just really heard that in what you said, and I just wanted to water that seed.
Bless you, Kat. I think you're making a really, really good point, that we're focusing a lot on what's not working, and we're not focusing on what is working, and amplifying that, and that's what this is doing. And it's, you know, celebrating any little movement towards well-being and towards thriving. And there is a sense of collapse. I see it all the way around me, you know, people feeling, what can I do? I have no power. What can I do to change the future, you know? And this sort of feeling of collapse and complete lack of motivation, you know, many young people in our community feeling this way. And this is one way of going, actually, I have one tool that I can share with you. Actually, there's loads. I mean, partner yoga was so much fun, wasn't it? That would be so much fun to carry on doing that. But yeah, so thank you very much for everybody for your you know, your comments. I don't know, Nicola, if you've got something, a vision for the future in terms of youth work here in the UK, and, you know, building, as Kat says, that wellness vocabulary and that wellness culture, you know, for our young people, rather than constantly highlighting mental health issues and burnout and you know, difficulties and collapse and lethargy and the NEET situation we're having here. How do we shift that narrative and sow the seeds of well-being for our young people? Do you have a vision for the future in terms of that?
It's a really good question. I mentioned to Nick that I'm currently co-founding a company called the Digital Detox Club. And it's all about helping everyone to reset their relationship with tech. And it feels like the antidote to that is connecting with the real world more and with ourselves through mindfulness, through all the different techniques we've referenced. And with the youth work that you have been referencing and the tools, I actually would love to include some of the Ready program in this program that we're creating called the Tech Reset program for families. So it's all about educating on what the problem is, and then how can you connect more with your emotions, so stop numbing yourselves by tech and actually lean into what you're really feeling, feeling more human. And it feels like the antidote to the way that we're going in the world, which is too much scrolling. And I also think that, to Alex's point, using tech in a conscious way. So, like with Alex's idea about the 10-minute yoga, that's actually fantastic, because it's not saying we're not anti-tech, it's working with tech.
Using
so
tech
it's
for
using
good.
it for good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of at the moment.
I think that's wonderful, Nicola. And I think, this feeds into tomorrow's afternoon chat, which Nick will be hosting, about AI and the future, which Özge has got such great insights on. I can't wait to hear her perspective on that. And it's just like, how do we navigate a situation we're in fact in for our betterment? But also it comes back to what Kat was speaking about earlier, which I don't know if you were there, Nicola, when she was talking about just the messiness of being human, and to embrace that and not be like, oh, I need to be like a robot, or I need to be like what's on Instagram. I can be just a human being, and that is so valuable, because I can't find that on the internet. It's just this person next to me in the sauna, or this person next to me on the bus is a valuable divine presence, and that I want to nurture and value. So thank you so much for your insights, everybody. That was really cool. We've got 20 minutes left, and I would love to hear your insights from today's conference. Is there anything that you in the chat, maybe you could just write a few words like of how you feel right now in terms of what the conference has given you today, obviously tomorrow as well, and any thoughts that you have, just so that we can sort of get a feel for where you're at with that. I'll kick off. So you just write in the chat. We were going to use a Jamboard, but we're just going to do it here. So just a word or a sentence. So I feel connection. I feel hopeful.
Charlotta, maybe while people are doing that, we could share the toolkit now, like the.
Sure, absolutely. Should I get it
So,
up?
yeah, I have it here. If it's useful, just.
Yeah, we've got a beautiful toolkit which we put together, which is the sort of conclusion of our work.
I can just scroll quickly through it just to get an idea. There's a link there. Charlotte has already provided the link in the chat, but you can just see it. We started this morning with an opening question. There's just examples of all the various different methodologies and ideas that we've used throughout the project. So please use it. Let us know how you get on. It's all there. I won't bother going through it there now. There's a lot in it, but just so that you know it's there, and all your input.
Yeah. So because it's quite far up, isn't it? The link now. Maybe pop it in again, Paul.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful, 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 wonderful. Inner freedom. Yeah. That's great. Well, I think we're very excited. I mean, I should let Paul finish, really, because it's
not at all, Charlotte. No. I mean,
yeah,
we can finish early if people are happy.
Yeah, I mean, unless anyone has any more questions for the young people who are here, and just sort of ideas or what you'd like to see happen next and so on, I think we could probably finish off and say welcome back tomorrow at the same time, same place, right? 10 a.m. And we have the very famous Irish footballer kicking us off, not literally, figuratively kicking us off, who is a big proponent of yoga for young people. And I'm not going to even try and pronounce the name, because if I say Michael, it's probably wrong.
No, Michael Darragh Macaulay.
It is? Oh, it is. Okay. Normally Irish names look like one thing and then they actually say something completely different. And also tomorrow, what's exciting is we'll be hearing from you know, the various people who've been training the youth workers about their experience as well. So that's give some insight to that. Okay, this is all going to be recorded. Well, this is all recorded, so anybody who's missed any part of it will get a copy of the recording from Katarina and Ina, who's been a wonderful organizer behind the scenes for all of this. A big, huge thanks to Ina for that, and huge thanks to Paul for everything he's done for this project, and Nick, who's very much in the background but sort of the architect of the whole thing, and all the people who've been part of it and made this happen. So Ida, Nina, Lotta, Jenny and Jonathan, who are very, very core parts. We've all worked as a very beautifully harmonious team, and feel very excited to have been part of such a magical thing, and to hear your feedback, guys, you know, from Slovenia is quite moving, actually, that you feel so strongly still. It's been really lovely. And I wish you all a wonderful rest of your day. Off of the screen, the sun's actually shining here, so I'm going to try and get myself outside from once. And I hope to see you. I hope to see you all tomorrow. Is that it, Paul? Should we say anything else? Energy levels. Mine's actually still a 9. I'm actually.
Oh, they're 10. They were on the ground.
Mine's a 10. Yeah, why am I holding back? Mine's a 10. Yeah. Energy level, Özge. What's yours? A 10. Yay! 10. Okay, Kat, what's your energy level right now? In front of the screen, it might be a bit low.
Well, I think just really feeling the depth of the connection right now. It's definitely gone up a few points. Yeah, I think we're back up around an 8.
Oh, excellent. How about you, Paul? Where are you at?
Oh God, yeah, no, 10. 10.
Yay!
It's great to have heard. And there's so many inspiring, from Paloma all the way through. I think there's been such a great collection of speakers, all with a kind of unifying theme of just how we better understand and engage our young people.
Yeah.
And having all our young people here to bear witness to it as well. So
Yeah.
I think we're very lucky.
I suppose we should draw that conclusion about what the themes of today really has been around self-care as well, like how important it is for us working with young people to take good care of ourselves, and it's not a selfish act, it's actually a selfless act, because everything we do for ourselves it translates into the young people's lives on an incredibly subtle level, on a physical level. So yeah. Big thanks to everybody, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Charlotta, for all your work as well.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Brilliant.
Take care, guys. Keep in touch.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
See you tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye.
Bright and early.